visit brightonauto.com.au or find them at 67 Nepean Highway, Elstonwick, LMCT 10680.
It's 2021 and RPPFM rocks back into sport on the Mornington Peninsula and Frankston with a new season and a new competition. We're live with VFL East Coast action. And for a 34th award-winning year, we're back with NPNFL local footy, NPCA cricket and MPBR bowls, all here, all live. Our very own local sporting community network, RPPFM, made local right here.
With thanks to, I'll turn the microphones on and say it's an excellent evening once again here at Skybar Stadium, Frankston Park. Not used to pressing the buttons myself. I've usually got someone to do that for me. and I the bloody
slippery conditions on this Friday night, Brendan. So you can be excused.
I slipped off the button, you could say. There's it's really cold conditions here on Friday night football for a huge game between Frankston Dolphins and Port Melbourne, the Borough. The Dolphins sitting in the top 8 after round 12 for the first time since 2005, looking for their first finals appearance since 2008, and fresh off history win, number 450 against the Sydney Swans last weekend, and desperate to keep that run going. But it's not going to be easy. While the ladder says Port Melbourne are sitting on the bottom of the ladder with 1 win and 6 losses, they are a much better team than that, and the team that's listed tonight is going to take a power of beating. In fact, there's a lot that points towards this being a huge danger game for Frankston, none more so than the fact the Dolphins are coming off that 5-day break since Sunday night, and Port Melbourne has had a chance to refresh. They've had 12 days since they last played against Williamstown in round 11, having had the bye last week. There's fog, a little bit of fog coming in from 2 different areas. First from the sky and second out of our mouths, because it is extremely cold, and we think it's only going to get colder. But settle in, grab yourself a hot chocolate, or if you're under the heater, a cold beer, and enjoy what should be a great game of football. I'm Brendan Rhodes, and I'd like to welcome you all to Skybar Stadium. And alongside me, as always, it's a very good evening to Oliver Walker-Peel.
Evening, Brendan. Is absolutely freezing. More suited to temperatures back in my native England, of course, but absolutely freezing. As you say, massive injury game for the Dolphins. They won well enough. Probably should have won by more in the end. I think the scoreboard flattered Sydney last week, especially how inaccurate Frankston were, of course. But massive chance back under the lights, back at home for Frankston to get another 4 points on the board. They definitely needed to cement their position in the top 8. So let's see.
Yeah, we certainly will. And as I said, like with that 5-day break versus the 12-day break, Port Melbourne with a strong team. They've won their last 7 games against Frankston, haven't lost to the Dolphins since 2013. In fact, 17 of the last 18 have been won by the Borough. So they will come in here with plenty of confidence that they can keep it going, as I welcome the best special comments man in the business. It's a very good evening to Michael O'Neill.
Thanks, Brendan, and as always, it's great to be here in a great spectacle on a Friday night at Skybus, and great to see you, Ollie, at the ever-growing popularity of Ollie Walker-Peel. He's building a nice fan base, and Brendan, I was out on the ground talking to the 3 central umpires before, and they said, is that Pommy commentator, is he doing the game tonight? He goes really well, so you're getting fans at all levels, Ollie.
Did they give you their names so that Ollie can really give them a plug?
Well, it's Michael, Mick, and Nick are the 3
Mick,
central umpires, and they do tell me, I asked for a little bit of information, they do tell me that Nick, the central umpire, is very happy with his Instagram account. And will probably be posting elements of the game tonight after the game to his Instagram.
Well, let's hope it's not recalled bounces, because Ollie doesn't like them.
No. And Brendan, we'll get into the analysis of the game shortly. I did have a the chance to speak to Gary Ayres before the game, and a very stoic, proud and revved up Gary Ayres for this game. You mentioned the side. It's going to be an electric game tonight.
They will never be beaten easily, Port Melbourne, that's for sure. You know you have a game when you take on the Borough. And down on the boundary, telling us everything that's going to be happening. He'll be on the other side of the ground tonight because we've been punted and we're out in the freezing cold in the front of the Brian Mace grandstand. We're not quite as important as we thought we were, but we'll hopefully be able to not freeze as we bring you this game. But on the boundary, as always, bringing you everything that's happening from the benches. It's a good evening to Jonty Ralph Smith.
Yeah, thanks, Brendan. A good evening to you too. It is absolutely freezing down here. I know we've touched on it, but just got to reiterate that it will be really interesting to see how Frankston go. We know they've had a good record at Skybus Stadium this year, only losing the one game, and that was to a very strong Footscray Bulldogs outfit. So it'll be a good test for Frankston against Port Melbourne. The ladder position probably doesn't do justice to how good the Port Melbourne list are. As we've touched on, Port Melbourne have had the wood over Frankston in recent times. And if you look at the season, although they've only won one game, they've been in a lot of their contests until three-quarter time and then faded out late. So I'm really intrigued to see who can get the chocolates tonight. Frankston have had some ins, which I'm sure we'll touch on later as we get into the analysis, as we will the Port Melbourne lineup.
Yes, definitely. There are some key returns which we'll talk about shortly for both teams, and a couple of key outs as well for the Borough, which we can talk about as well.
And Brendan, it's not often that I bring exclusives to the table for this commentary team, but I can give you an exclusive. I asked Gary Ayres, would Nathan Freeman be tagged tonight, and he said yes. He didn't. He said, I'll tell you at 7:30 the player that's going to be tagging them.
Naturally.
But he was very, very interested in the form of Josh Newman as well. So I think there might be a couple of roles that he set his tougher Port Melbourne players for tonight. And so expect fireworks at the start of this game, I think.
I'm looking down the team list trying to pick who it might be. And my eyes settle on Matt Arnott and Nash Holmes.
Yes.
Very, very tough characters.
Yes.
If they can do the job, that releases Eli Templeton and Tom O'Sullivan to do their thing.
And I think if Gary Ayres was still in playing shape, he might have put his hand up for one of those roles. He is that committed to this game tonight. I'm just so excited to see how it's going to pan out.
Yeah, it's made for an upset. So let's just hope for Frankston's sake they don't come out here complacent or run out of legs after that game on Sunday night, which even though they won comfortably and should have won by more, as Ollie said, it certainly wasn't an easy game of football. Sydney took it up to them for large parts of that game.
And conditions probably similar to tonight. For those who've watched the games at Skybus on a Friday so far this season, it does, particularly early with the dew, play very much like a wet weather game. We see Frankston going with the four small forwards, or the Buzz Brothers as they like to be called.
Buzz Brothers, I like that.
What we've found in the games so far this year is that sure ball handling is very difficult, and the teams that simplify their game early in the first quarter tend to gain territory and tend to get the ascendancy.
That's the key. That's the one of the two things, Jonty, that push things slightly back towards Frankston. Port Melbourne doesn't play night footy very often. In fact, I couldn't tell you that they've played a night game since I've been involved in the VFL. And the other one is the Frankston does play a lot of night footy. The other one is that the one weakness in the ground really for Port that's hurt them has been the forward line, having lost Jordan Lyle and their other key forwards. Their leading goal kicker this year is Matt Signorello on 13, and he's out of the team tonight. So the highest goal kicker on the ground for Port Melbourne has kicked 8 for the season. So that's where they have to find something if they want to win the game.
And when I asked Gary Ayres what he'd noticed about Frankston this year that was different, he did mention that they'd gone for a smaller forward line. He was really impressed in the game last week that we covered how well they pressured up forward and the fact that they were able to convert as well. So he was a little bit intrigued by that. Port Melbourne do have one of the most recognisable small forwards in the game in Anthony Anastasio.
One of their best against Williamstown, playing more up the ground.
And managed to speak to him on the ground while they were doing their warm-up. He was relishing these conditions. He even promised some high-quality celebrations if he hits a scoreboard. But he's the sort of player that could be a multiple goal kicker on a night like tonight, and Port Melbourne will be looking for those multiple goal kickers.
Yeah, he played more up on the wing and pushing forward against Williamstown, did Anastasio, but yeah, his pace, it was very Mitch Cox-like from 2 nights earlier without getting the 5-goal result that Mitch Cox got against the Bull Ants.
Yeah, and on the Frankston side, he's one to watch tonight. Brendan, I think we are going to be joined by a Port Melbourne player in Mitch McCarthy for an interview in a couple of minutes, so that'll be a good insight into, maybe we can ask him the question about their night games and their preparation.
Of course, and he would have provided a fair bit of inside information having headed over from Frankston.
Yes, he's unfortunately been struck by injury. It's over 2 years since the former Collingwood-listed player has been able to get on the park. A prodigiously talented player.
Can definitely play, yeah.
And one of the favourites of the players here in his time at Frankston, but he's hopefully going to get back on the park soon.
We certainly look forward to seeing how that goes. What we might do is we'll go and hear from some of our valuable sponsors pretty shortly. This is the TV Magic pre-match. It is Friday night VFL football at Skybus Stadium. The Frankston Dolphins, the 8th place Frankston Dolphins, taking on the 22nd placed Port Melbourne Borough. Brendan Rhodes, Mick O'Neill, Ollie Walker-Peel and Johnny Ralph Smith back with you shortly on RPPFM, your Peninsula Footy.
There's a quiet revolution happening on the rooftops of Australia. And at Solar Heart, we're proud to be leading the charge. One home, one family, one solar panel at a time. Helping smart Aussies make a real difference to the planet. Cutting their energy bills and connecting them to their smart energy future. Get smart. Get Solar Heart.
More and more people with a taste for quality are shopping at Eliza Meats. Kevin and his lean team pride themselves on the finest cuts, from juicy steaks and roasts to high-grade mince and sausages. And Eliza Meats are the gourmet specialists. Inquire about Eliza Meats Spitfire. Phone 9787 4473 for a mouth-watering meal fit for a king. It's all at Eliza Meats. See our sponsor Kevin at Eliza Meats, 112B Mount Eliza Way, a station sponsor. Do you have TV antenna or reception issues? Need to warm out your TV or want extra TV or data points? Then talk to TV Magic, Frankston and the Peninsula. TV Magic are your local TV and antenna specialists. We look after everything: TV, home theatre, satellite, plus all electrical work. Visit us at tvmagic.com.au or contact Clint for a free quote on 0484 395 555. TV Magic. We make all your TV problems disappear. A station sponsor.
It's 2021 and RPPFM rocks back into sport on the Mornington Peninsula and Frankston with a new season and a new competition. We're live with VFL East Coast action. And for a 34th award-winning year, we're back with NP NFL local footy, NPCA cricket and NPBR bowls, all here, all live. Our very own local sporting community network, RPPFM, made local right here.
Welcome back to Skybus Stadium. You're here with the RPPFM VFL call team. Thanks to our sponsors for those messages. And we're lucky enough to be joined in our pre-game show by Port Melbourne ruckman former Frankston player and Collingwood AFL listed player, Mitch McCarthy. Mitch, welcome.
Thank you, Mick. It's great to be here.
And just some quick background on yourself. You did grow up in the area, played junior football at the Mount Eliza Football Club.
Yep, parents live probably about 2 k's away, so easy, quick drives to Frankston training, so that worked out very well.
Okay, and now you're playing at Port Melbourne. I won't go into the details of that, but for supporters of yourself, you've had a horrific run with injury. You haven't been able to get
frustrating.
on. Frustrating, yeah, that's
Very
probably the best way to describe it. How are you travelling at the moment?
So I've had a few kind of, it was a bit of a battle to find out what was actually wrong. So there was, it started off with just joint pain, and I played through that through the 2019
In your
season.
knees?
Yeah, my knees, yeah. So played through that pain here at Frankston through the 2019 season. Finally got some games on the board and some consecutive games and some form under my belt, and so I actually didn't want to stop playing. So I had a bit of knee soreness, took some painkillers, and I guess it's just catching up. So we figured out I've got nerve pain in my left knee, which I'm on medication for, that seems to be working, and then battling tendonitis in my other knee. So it's a bit of a balancing act at the moment, but I'm slowly getting there. But yeah, just a painful comeback and very slow.
So a change in your personal job and your living conditions saw you move to Port Melbourne.
Yep.
Prior to the COVID interrupted season.
Yep.
We've mentioned in our pre-game that the ladder probably for this year doesn't reflect the talent that Port Melbourne have on the field tonight. Can you give us an insight into the build-up to this game off a 12-day break?
Yep.
And perhaps what our viewers can look to see from a lineup or a style perspective from Port Melbourne?
Yeah, so clearly injuries probably been the biggest issue and the biggest downfall for us this year. We've got a lot of talent, young boys we've brought in. We've got, I think Signorello played the first 5 minutes the other week, did his hammy. I know Temps had some issues with some soft tissue stuff, missed a game, and I think Harvey Hooper's out tonight with a calf injury. So some of our stronger players have, it's definitely definitely affected us. I think off the field we're a bit stronger, but on the field it's tough. I think tonight we've got young Joshy lining up in the ruck. So he's a 19-year-old young kid coming through. Lacking a lot of experience, but to be 19 and play, I think it's his 8th game tonight at senior or VFL level, to be 19 and have that much ruck experience is fantastic for him. So although a lot of boys are out, there's a lot of young kids coming in and building some real confidence off experience, which is good.
And in an ideal world, it'd be you lining up in the centre bounce for that first ruck contest.
Yeah, I'd love
Mitch,
that.
it's been a while since you've been down to Skybus. You mentioned before the lights. You hadn't really seen them in action.
Yeah, no, I actually had a phone call from Mum the other week, and she gave me a bell and said, I thought it was urgent, but she was just calling to tell me how good the lights look. So, and I've had a few of my mates from down here say how good they look. So I think, like you said, they're only at half mast tonight, but they're unreal. It's like we've got 4 suns at the stadium.
It's very nice, Mitch, and so I get a sense from that you're not ruling out a return to the Dolphins down the track, but I'm not going to put words in your mouth. Harvey Hooper's a big out. You mentioned we have said that Eli Templeton and Harvey Hooper have traditionally been just dominant against Frankston with their work off halfback, so that's a big loss. Gary Ayres did reveal before the game that there's likely to be a tag on Nathan Freeman and maybe Josh Newman as well. So it could be an interesting start to this game. Yeah,
that sounds pretty accurate. Totally understandable as well. I know we do have an out in hoops. We've actually brought young Cal Surley back in, so he's been a massive out for us. I think he's starting in half forward, but
he was a player with AFL interest 2 years ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he's a genuine gun, and he's a great bloke as well off the field. But he'll start up forward, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see him swing down back this game. Mitch, you're always a very popular player here at Frankston. I'm sure you still keep in touch with a number of the players here. No, some of the players you keep in touch with, or still good friends? Will Fordham I probably keep in touch with the most. Janga Rendell's another one, and Maxie Williams and stuff like that. It's always good. Lockie Gill as well. I think he's left recently. Yeah, he's at Bond Beach. I definitely stay in touch with the boys and follow really closely. And I think the way you boys have gone about it this year, and to be sitting ninth or eighth
at 5 and 4, maybe with a game in hand. So
he's sensational. So obviously we had a bit of a rebuild, and I didn't get a taste of much of that success because we were rebuilding. But obviously it's all coming through fruition tonight, so it's fantastic to see. Well, I want to say thank you for giving of your time before this game, Mitch. And personally, it's fantastic to see you. And we hope to see you back out on the field towards the back end of this year, and the rest of the VFL footy world can see
your footy talents out on the park. But thank you very much, and all the best with both work and football going into the second half of this year.
Beautiful. Thanks for having me. Cheers.
Thank you very much there, Mitch. And from here, we'll go to another message from our sponsors. And when we come back, it's only some 9 minutes till kick-off for this final shaping contest between the Frankston Dolphins and Port Melbourne.
Brighton Auto is your Bayside and Peninsula automotive one-stop shop. This all-in-one award-winning Mitsubishi, MG and SsangYong dealership is also offering Holden certified parts and service. They have a huge range of new, demo and used vehicles plus factory-trained service technicians. Your proud RPPFM station sponsor, Brighton Auto, will also ensure your dream car is well within reach and kept in great hands. Why not visit brightonauto.com.au or find them at 67 Nepean Highway, Elstonwick, LMCT 10680.
It's 2021 and RPPFM rocks back into sport on the Mornington Peninsula and Frankston with a new season and a new competition. We're live with VFL East Coast action. And for a 34th award-winning year, we're back with NPNFL local footy, NPCA cricket and NPBR bowls, all here, all live. Our very own local sporting community network, RPPFM, made local right here.
Welcome back to Skyboss Stadium on what can only really be described as a very, very chilly Friday night for Friday night football here in the VFL competition. A game that could well shape the finals here between the Frankston Dolphins and Port Melbourne Borough. Obviously, before the break, we had Mitch McCarthy, formerly of the Dolphins. Obviously, now with Port Melbourne out injured, but good to speak to him. Mick, very well conducted in the interview. Not quite sure on how to wrap that one up, but you sorted yourself out as the team comes up on the opposite scoreboard, the different scoreboard to what we are now on. But both teams are obviously out there in the middle, and a big game is now in readiness. As you say, only mere minutes away till the start of play here at Skyboss. Mick O'Neill alongside me for the moment. What do you think of this, first of all, the Frankston team, and do you think they've got enough to get the job done?
Yeah, first of all, a nice crowd building on the hill. It's a different perspective for us here, Ollie, as we said, normally on the social side of the ground, but it's actually a great spectacle to look out there. The Frankston side tonight, so we touched on last week, they went with a very different forward structure. They had struggled to hit the scoreboard in a couple of losses prior to the Sydney game. They went last week with Liam Reedy as almost a standalone tall, flanked him with Josh Begley and Mitch Cox changing out of the middle, and then put those small forwards, the Buzz brothers that we spoke about. The first time they'd played those four small forwards in the same team, and I think we'll see a similar setup this evening. Liam Reedy, after making his debut, he makes way in the side. Tyler Young comes back in, and it will either be himself or James Rendell who'll play the role of the key forward. I think a significant in for Frankston this week is Bailey Lambert, as despite being about 6 foot or thereabouts, maybe 6'1", he provides a troublesome aerial threat for opposition teams, and he has that manic pressure that he brings to the game. We spoke about the fact that Gary Ayres has focused in on a couple of Frankston midfielders to shut down early in the game, so I look forward to Cooper's out with a calf injury. That will take away some drive for Port Melbourne off the half-back line, but I can't split these sides looking at them on paper. I'm just so excited for what the opening of this game brings, and particularly I think it's the mentality of both sides. Port Melbourne have had 12 days to stew over their position on the ladder. We've mentioned Gary Ayres would have revved them up, and Frankston off a 5-day break and a win. You just think that there's going to be a lot of hunger coming from the Port Melbourne side tonight.
You should think so, at least, and having a look at that Port Melbourne side, you've obviously got the likes of Eli Templeton, formerly on list. You've got the likes of Fletcher Roberts, who played obviously in that 2016 Bulldogs Premiership team way back when, of course. You've got the likes of, even looking down, Declan Watson's been on AFL list, Pat Kerr at Carlton. You know, there's so many players that have
Matt Ardent was on Richmond's list. And what they do have, Port Melbourne, Ollie, sorry to interrupt you there, is their VFL players are quality. So we've mentioned Eli Templeton was at St Kilda. He's now a 100-game VFL player and just racks up 30 possessions every week, and they're quality possessions. But players that probably go under the radar a little bit, we have Callum Searle coming back into the Port Melbourne side. He was an AFL prospect a couple of years ago before a broken leg. Tommy O'Sullivan is one of my favourite players in the VFL. He's so reliable. Brendan during the week about him, and he's a player that racks up 25 possessions a week, and he's a tough inside midfielder who distributes the ball by hand and by foot very effectively. And I think some of these conditions that are very dewy, I think are going to suit players like O'Sullivan and Templeton. And with Callum Searle coming back into the side, their tools are strengthened somewhat to nullify any Frankston forwards.
Yeah, exactly. 6 players with over 100 games experience in the Port Melbourne team, which you just don't see in VFL level. As we head down to Jonty Ralph-Smith for the toss of the coin.
Josh Newman's won the toss, and Frankston will be kicking to the beach end of the ground in this first quarter. It's a great atmosphere down here, like you've talked about. Michael O'Neill, a great crowd building up on the hill. Obviously, I've got a different perspective to you, and good to see a few people getting into the grandstand as well. Yeah, the Borough fans are making their way down, so they think there's a good chance as well for Port Melbourne. Yeah, I was just talking about experience. 60 games on average for Port Melbourne to Frankston's 22. And they're a year and a half older, so they've been around the block, and they're not going to be easy to beat. Losing Harvey Hooper, as Mitch McCarthy just mentioned, that is a massive out. He would be close to leading the best and fairest, along with Templeton and O'Sullivan. That is a big out. Isaac Conway is the other one. Told he's playing at Melton South tomorrow for disciplinary reasons. Hey, that's always an interesting one, and maybe the coach sending a bit of a sharp signal to his team. When we talk about experience and the 60-game average, you can't fail to mention Ben Jolly, 285 games experience. He's getting into his mid-30s now. 35, I think he is. But such a great example of the commitment and the effort required to perform at VFL level. And he'll get the job done for Port Melbourne as well as he always does. Maybe losing a step or two over the last 3 or 4 years, but his professionalism ensures that he's always at the coalface. Jonty Ralph-Smith, final word from you. Who's going to win and why? I'm going to go for Frankston by 2 goals because it's at Skybus Stadium and they've played the conditions so well here so far this year. Mick O'Neill. I don't want to alienate anyone, but I think Port Melbourne will get over the line tonight. Ollie Walker-Peel. I'll take Frankston by a goal. Just quickly before we go, though, obviously the Harvey Hooper's you late out. But listen to the 22. Who's come in? Cameron Hodges is in number 9 for Port Melbourne. Only late change? Only late change. So Frankston's 22 as selected with Johnson, McCormack, Reedy, Richardson, O'Leary out of the team from last week. I really wrestled over this one all week. I thought everything pointed towards Port Melbourne winning. I ended up leaning towards Frankston by 4 points. I'm just a little bit happier with that now that Harvey Hooper's out, but certainly would not be surprised in the slightest. Nathan Freeman, Mick to start on the wing, and one of those two I mentioned heading straight to him. Yeah, a little bit of ducks and drakes with Freeman starting in the middle, then running out to the wing, making that change. It looks to me like Angus Styles, has got a tagging job on Eli Templeton in at the centre bounce. Should be a beauty as well. We're set to go. The umpire holds the ball aloft. There's a healthy crowd here at Skybus Stadium. It's Frankston versus Port Melbourne, 8th versus 22nd. The umpire slams the ball down and gets us underway. First tap won by Berry, but there's a whistle for holding straight on the centre circle. Port Melbourne got the clearance, but it's coming back. It'll be a free kick to Cox. So a good start for Frankston as Port got the clearance. Cox runs away from the centre of the ground, drives it in towards full forward, but it's not a good kick. And he's put it straight onto the chest of the Port Melbourne defender in Roberts, who moved out wide to the outer side, found Woofenden, plays on quickly, a bit of a worm burner, kick towards half forward. Anastasio wrapped up as soon as he gathered the football, and we'll get a ball up just forward of centre wing for Port Melbourne on the social room side of the ground, the north side of the ground. Ball up then as
Frankston looks to take possession. Cox with the handball forward.
Second free kick to Cox.
And Mitch Cox will get the ball again. Mick, as you say, on half-back. Chips the ball short and finds Connor Riley, who marks. Ball looking for Mentha over the top of his head. Handball back was from Arnott. Fumble around with possession. Little scrubby kick across to Campbell Walker as they look to the outer side. Great tackle from Ash Cracker. And it's one back possession for the Dolphins. Too hot to handle. Turning away initially was a late in Hodges. No one could take clean possession of the ball, and there's a holding the ball free kick here going the way of the Dolphins. So good tackling pressure early on from the Dolphins. They look to get the ball inside 50.
Very wet conditions. We must look at that straight away. So many fumbles already from players. The simple game plan we spoke about pre-game is required here.
The Borough fans love that decision as Brolick runs away, kicks in towards full forward. Big fly from the back from Rendell, couldn't take the mark. Mentha front and centre. Jolly got it out to Woofenden, who sent the kick out towards the wing. But the mark was dropped by Max Williams there. He's managed to get around his man, sends it back inside 50. Good hard running there. Didn't quite get there was Begley. Still a chance for Frankston, however. Strong tackle laid on Roberts. And the umpire says, give it to me in front of the Frankston change rooms.
And we've seen a couple of times that Frankston have looked to bomb the ball inside 50. That's not going to work. They don't have a lot of height up forward.
That's the ball
high intensity game already, Ollie.
For Frankston, as Port Melbourne looks to clear. Potentially holding the man, free kick not paid. Ball out of play, right half forward for the Dolphins. About 35 out from their goal as they look to get the first score of the night on the board.
This is, we say this every week, but Frankston with the four small forwards playing. This is where they go to work. Rendell in the ruck here. Watch for Mentha to get on the move.
As it'll be Rendell to go up for Frankston. He wins it down. Port Melbourne take possession, but the handball away, it wasn't an affirmative one. Still the ball locked in at right half forward. And that's where it stays. There'll be a stoppage in that right half forward slot in the early minutes of this game on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. Both sides still scoreless.
TV Magic match of the day. Bendigo Bank, another great station sponsor of ours, as the Borough try to work it out of defence. Tracking it back for Frankston, but leaving it behind. There was Cracker, the former Port Melbourne man. Kick goes back towards half forward, off the ground. Riley tumbles it towards the 50. Gathered by Jolly, fed the hand pass back to Wagner, under pressure, manages to get away from Cracker. Hooks it back around the corner. Oh, great desperation for the Dolphins. And Brolick takes the mark on 50.
Needs
great
to be
vision
patient
from
here.
Ash Cracker.
Yeah, we're seeing that forward pressure already. Brolick's about 51 metres out here. He's pointed to the goals.
Is it made for your set play, Mick?
It might be, but I don't think a short pass here is going to be easy in the conditions. I think put it to the square, get your big go to work, and get the smalls underneath them.
Mentha provided the lead. That was ignored. Brolick runs around, sets sail from 52. He's got good purchase on that. That's a ripper kick. Anthony Brolick kicks the first goal of the night for Frankston. It took about 5 or 6 minutes, I think. Johnny's the only one that can see the scoreboard. And it is 1 straight 6 Frankston. Port Melbourne yet to score thanks to Ray White of Frankston. Great finish, Anthony Brolick, long range.
We talk about his football IQ. We wondered what he was going to do with that kick from 51, but very cleverly used the stationary player on the mark then to gain some meterage. He sold it quite well, Brendan. We see at AFL level players telegraph that move, but he was able to kick that from 50. Well done, Anthony Brolick. And in the conditions, a great early goal.
Scoreboard not showing the time at the moment, so I can't update you on that. But good to see that Michael Robinson, Frankston timekeeper and an icon around the club, is back in the timekeeper's box tonight after a terrible car accident a couple of weeks ago, ended him up in ICU.
Straight back in the timekeeper's box, Robbo. I thought he was just going to be relaxing in the social rooms. G'day, Robbo. I hope you're listening and hope you're enjoying this. A great start for Brolick.
As it's taken out of the ruck eventually. One down, I should say. Newman had the ball for Frankston, but it was dislodged. Cox inside 50. Another chance potentially here for the Dolphins. Fisted away in the end by Reed as they look to clear on the outer side. Perry Lewis-Smith, former Dolphin, gets it forward, but it'll be coming straight back from whence it came. Lateral ball to Freeman, who charges through the middle of Skybell Stadium. Ball up towards half forward again. Mark over the top. Second grab is taken. And Brodie McLaughlin has a chance to make one become two and get the second goal of the night for the Dolphins.
Well done by Anthony Brolick again. The intercept mark, a very difficult mark, and then fighting the options. Good to see Freeman use his legs and take ground then. And Brodie McLaughlin, he reads the ball so well through the air. He was positioned behind his opponent then, but didn't have to change position 2 bites of the cherry, and he goes back to have a shot from probably 42 metres out straight in front.
So from about 40 out, no angle of which to speak of. Brodie McLaughlin will look to go back to punch this one straight through the big sticks. Goes back. Is it online? It is online and it's through. The Frankston fans buzzing on the far side. Their team have got the first 2 goals of the game. Frankston 2 straight 12. Play the borough yet to score on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard.
And I didn't want to mention it before he took the kick and put the commentator's curse on him, but I know from speaking to him a couple of weeks ago and speaking to his coach, Danny Ryan, he's one of the hardest workers around the club, stays back at training and rehearses his set shot, so that one was always going through.
Saw that very good article from you, Johnny, on Brodie McLaughlin. Mick, this is exactly what the doctor ordered for Frankston to get themselves a start and an upper hand against a good opponent.
And Mitch Cox has hit the ground running with 6 possessions early in this game and simplifying his game as well. Plenty of metres gained for Mitch Cox.
2 straight 12-0. Frankston lead on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. Hodgkin jumps over the top and won the tap for Port Melbourne. Out of the centre, Templeton. He got tackled as he got the kick, sent it offline. Freeman swapped wings, sends it across to Loughnan. He goes short out towards the wing, puts it in the path of Voss. Fed the hand pass back to Arthurson. Manages to keep the ball in front of him. Templeton goes in low. Probably should have got a free kick there for high contact. The umpire didn't see it, and it went over the line for a throw in.
Unlucky there, but Will Arthurson straight line that ground ball then. He's really improved the contest side of his game. He's been in terrific form. Well done for him.
I reckon his best game for the club last week, Will Arthurson. He was outstanding against the Swans.
So ball back in true. Centre wing. Thrown in by the boundary umpire. Going up for Port Melbourne was the youngster in Hodgkin. Out the back of the pack. Voss sweeps over the ball. Looks inside 50. Target inside 50 is the returning Lambert. The ball will get past him initially. Goes back to find it. One-handed pickup was clean. Goes towards the boundary. Shot on goal. It's just offline and through from behind to the left. Frankston moved to 2-1-13. Borough yet to score, but how clean was that by Bailey Lambert?
They've been missing that, haven't they, Mick?
Yeah. In a distinctive long sleeve jumper tonight there. That was one touch footy. Haven't seen too much of that in the game so far.
Templeton brings the ball out to the broadcast wing, the Mace grandstand wing, where a free kick has been picked out to Hodgkin, who gave the hand pass to Templeton. Under pressure, he's lost it. Voss run down by Jolly. Under the pump now, the Frankston forwards as they try to get it in. Stearns there as well. Hand pass out from McKay. Lambert there too. Picked up by Anastasio. Fed the hand pass back to a man under the pump. That was Jansen. First game of the season. First game for the club for him. Kicks up towards the wing. Good piece of work there by Tyler Young back in the team. Arthurson feds the hand pass off. Young left it behind. Trying to go through there was Begley. Couldn't do so. Working hard, Flockhart playing his first game for Port Melbourne. Now it's Watson, fed it out wide, Jansen and Lambert. Voss under the pump, Walker there as well for Port Melbourne. Stacks on the mill will have a ball up.
It's no place for the faint-hearted out here. So much pressure at ground level. 3 or 4 efforts required each time. That was probably a 30-second of just constant pressure there.
So Rendell and Hodgkin goes up again. Rendell wins it down. Voss with the check side, looks inside 50, high ball. Up and under, fisted away at the fall of the ball for the Dolphins was Stern.
Clever.
Great kick to Mitch Cox, who marks. He's been paid it, and rightly so. Great kick to set it up from Josh Stern, and a chance for Cox to go back to nail Frankston's third.
Mickey had that little look before he received the ball, and Cox knew where it was going and bolted out there. That was great football from Frankston.
He's a very clever player, Josh Stern, but Port Melbourne need to look at their stoppage setup here. They're playing a free wingman against Frankston's free wingman on each side of the stoppage. Jackson Voss has got the last 2 stoppages on centre wing, and it's been too easy.
From about 35 metres out on a 45-degree angle, Mitch Cox, who kicked 5 the other week against the Northern Bullants, goes back for his first. It's a good-looking kick off the boot, but it's gone through. It has. And Mitch Cox showing his class yet again. Very polished from the set shot, and the Dolphins have got 3 in a flash.
He's a Friday night specialist down here at Skybus Stadium, Mitch Cox. Just showing his forward craft there. He's leading all comers on the ground now. I think he's up to 7 possessions and a goal. Maybe Port Melbourne need to put some time into Mitch Cox because he's off the leash at the moment.
He received his Woolworths Coringal Hub Player of the Match last week from the... he actually didn't receive it. He might end up looking for a second one because he didn't get the first one.
No, it'll be delivered tonight. If Nick Cox's dad's out there, I haven't pinched it. It'll be delivered tonight.
Oh, yeah, right. You're building up the everyday rewards points, aren't you?
What a great start, though, Ollie.
Definitely so. Frankston 3 on the board already. They're 3-1-19. The Borough yet to score as the bounce will be recalled back.
Jonty on the boundary, sorry.
No, I was just going to say every goal that's been kicked so far by Frankston has been met with a great applause, so the crowd really getting into this contest.
Templeton with just the one possession, so Gus Styles doing a good job.
As the ball's one down in the ruck again by Frankston. Begley swarmed upon. There's Voss again inside the centre square, picks the ball up, looks for the handball out wide. Was won by Riley. As they look to win it forward again, the Dolphins. Good body work in the end there by Mentha. Goes back with a tackle, should be rewarded, held the ball.
No, held on a bit too long.
Man. I thought he was going to be rewarded because he steamed into the tackle. It gives away the free kick and the Borough can rebound off half back.
Really good vision from Jackson Voss earlier just to get that handball out to the wing.
Jansen was clever. He didn't take possession and the tackler thought that he had. So that's where the free kick came from. He went across half back and gave it to Ethan Phillips, who went short again. The switch back on again from Roberts all the way back to where it started. And it's with Jansen, who sends it up towards the wing just inside the boundary line. Woofenden takes the mark.
Nice transfer of play then, but they've still only got it to half back.
Plenty of experience in that passage of play. Woofenden goes short and finds Patrick Kerr. Had to come up the ground to get his hands on the footy. Short to Tom O'Sullivan. Plays on quickly. First forward entry now for the Borough, but it doesn't even make it to 50. Max Williams is in the way and takes the mark for Frankston.
I like what they did, Port Melbourne. They tried to slow the game down and they got the ball in early possession for some of their better players, but weren't able to penetrate the forward 50.
Williams with the ball in board to Newman. Looks forward for Josh Stern, who takes the mark on the chest. Short little chipping ball finds Mentha, who goes for the handball back to Williams. He's run down from behind, gets the handball away. Connor Riley goes back and finds it. Goes short to Stern. Good ball forward, but a very nice piece of defending from Flockhart, who played for Gold Coast early in the season. One game in their VFL side. Freeman. Handball there was from Tyler Young. They're working to the far side of the ground. Ball long down the line towards half forward for Frankston. Port Melbourne had two players. Neither of them could get on the ball. Sock it off the ground. Chance towards the top of the square.
Oh, the
Time
big ruckman.
and space. Had O'Sullivan, who sidestepped one tackle. Handball short as they look to break clear. Pole kick out of defence. Over the top. Chance for another one for the Dolphins, but it's a horror kick in the end. There from Jackson Voss, who misses everything. It's out on the full.
Mick O'Neill, Chris Jansen, first game of the season, 2019 North Melbourne captain, back after injury. He's been good early.
Yes, and they've needed him because they're turning the ball over through the midfield. Another one here.
It's Loughnan who got it across to Lloyd, kicks back towards half forward. Mark taken by Begley, who points towards the goals.
He is one who could kick this. He's going to follow a carbon copy of Anthony Brolick earlier. He'll run in halfway and then move off on the angle. The Frankston players will clear the mark and he'll kick this from 50.
Riley off the bench screaming for it in a much worse position. Begley would be chuckling under his breath as he comes in and kicks now from 55 metres out. It's going to land in the goal square. Big pack flies. Ethan Phillips thumps it over the line for a behind. Frankston go to 3-2-20. Port Melbourne yet to score. 13 minutes gone first quarter thanks to Ray White of Frankston.
So Port Melbourne bring the ball back in from full back to the outer side as they look to get their first score of the game. That's a very well taken mark there for Frankston as they look to rebound it back. It was Joe Lloyd.
He did very well there, Ollie.
Handball short was to Freeman. Sidestepped to tackle with ease. Went past him as if he wasn't there. And the ball to right half forward. Drop what should have been taken in the end.
That was Max Williams.
They've won the ball back, Frankston. Ball towards centre half forward. Bouncing ball. Good work initially from Jansen again, who's been quality to start the game. High ball. Dropped in the end, leading forward was Anastasio. And a ball back inside 50 from Lloyd. And an inset mark not paid. Sweeping over it was Mentha. Wouldn't sit for him. And
very
the ball
clever.
To the near side wing.
That was Perry Lewis Smith off the ground. Smart play. And now they're on out the back.
Searle's kick goes towards half forward. It is Kerr out the back, but he fumbled. Taken off his hands by Templeton. Kicks back towards the hot spot. Who's running onto this one? Arthurson will get back there first for Frankston. Fed the hand pass out to Freeman in the back pocket. Freeman steps.
He'll get this
sets
back.
himself up. He will 1-2 with Berry, and he runs around in front of the social rooms, just over the head of Lambert. That's his second kick that's missed the target tonight from Freeman. Just overcooked.
Yeah, it wasn't a turnover, so to speak, but he's up to 6 possessions with Jackson Voss with 6 as well, Cox with 7 and Jansen with 6. Freeman getting most of his work in the defensive half of the ground. Port Melbourne need to watch that.
As he did last week.
He just supports his defenders so well. All they need to do is get it to ground level, and then they've got numbers to sweep it away. One
down for the Borough. That was by Flockhart. Played for Gold Coast last week, as Ollie said. The Borough have been trying to get him in for a long time. Flockhart gets it back, gave the hand pass off. Reed, brother of Zach at Essendon, Woofenden, fed the hand pass out, looking for Jeremy O'Sullivan. He can't gather. I think he was very happy to walk it over the line with 3 Frankston players hot on his hammer.
Certainly one of those deliberate accidental fumbles.
We saw Port Melbourne able to get a bit of flow before and get out the back of Frankston there. They just need to keep the game simple and take territory.
So ball back in centre wing. Frankston with a 20-point lead early on. They've kept the Borough scoreless for the first quarter of an hour of this game. The tap was 1 down in the end by Jack Berry, who's gone into the ruck now. Mark on the slide was taken by Will Arthurson, who had a very good game last week for the Dolphins. Towards the other side of the ground, it's a great kick. Marked then by Ash Cracker. He's got options ahead of the ball. The kick in the end was behind Harry Loughnan. Does well to get past his marker and send the ball towards half forward. And the mark off hands, not taken in the end. O'Sullivan was under the pressure. They're looking to work the ball out from the far side. Lewis Smith, handball onto the runner in O'Sullivan. Chipping ball towards half-back for the Borough was intercepted. As the free kick
Ash
has
Cracker
gone the way of
free kick.
Frankston.
Sling
Here
tackle
we
is
go.
paid, and that's against his former side, Ash Cracker. As we see, a Port Melbourne player is a down behind play as well.
Yeah, not in a good way. Maybe a head knock or a shoulder.
So Ash Cracker lining up against his former side in Port Melbourne, played in the premiership as a 23rd man a number of years ago. He's going to take a kick from about 48 metres out, and does that look like, Anastasio? Or
no, it's not Anastasio.
Campbell
Walker,
yeah.
sorry. Yeah.
Thanks,
I'll
John
keep an eye on that one for you.
Which will be a big loss if he's gone for the night.
Now watch Mitch Cox here. He's set up in the middle of the forward 50. He'll go for a dart lead shortly once Cracker gets the ball.
We're just waiting for it to come back. There might be a bit of blood as well for Campbell Walker as we wait for him to leave the field.
Port Melbourne have set up really well here. If you're watching the live stream, you'll see they've got 3 or 4 players in the hole, so options are going to be limited. I think the distance is beyond Ash Cracker.
Gary Ayres would have been watching the stream, so he would know about the set play.
Yes.
So from a very, very tight angle, Ash Cracker has ball in hand.
He'd like to hit the scoreboard against his old side, though.
From very, very tight on the boundary. 23rd man when Port Melbourne defeated Richmond in that grand final a few years ago. It is that set-up kick. Will be kept in play.
Done.
It's very well marked to the end by James Randell. And from right in the right forward pocket, a real chance for Frankston to put some more scoreboard pressure on
Rendell
and heap more misery on the Port Melbourne Borough.
He practices banana kicks here from in front of the change rooms all the time.
He's in there again, and Rendell has the 4th. A very, very quick start to the Dolphins. They've got 4 already. They're on fire looking to cement their position in the 8.
I won't point it out, but last week I did say James Rendell is Frankston's best set shot for goal. But like all football clubs, where your change rooms are located, you have a whole lot of shots during the year, shots at goal after training, and that's one the players love. And he hit that sweetly, James Rendell, and he'll be wrapped to hit the scoreboard.
Just like shelling peas for him as he goes to 4 goals, 7 for the season, Jimmy Rendell.
I have to point out, Ash Cracker is such an unselfish forward, even when he gets the ball inside 50. It's almost uncharacteristic for a small forward to be so unselfish, and he worked his way through that so beautifully. There weren't any options short, as we mentioned, and he found Rendell tight on the boundary.
666 warning here.
Port Melbourne,
I believe. And we had Connor Riley all on his own on the broadcast wing. Ben Jolly's come off the bench and he's had to work his way around all the way around.
Surely his teammate on the other wing could have
switched over, yeah. So ball back up in the centre. Berry won it down. Trying to go through was Wagner. Fed it out, but only as far as Cox. Another centre clearance for Frankston. They are dominating this game early doors. Begley at half forward. It was taken away from him by Reed. Got a fist in at the crucial stage. Holmes tapped it back. Only to his direct opposite number. Reed went back, had another go, got the footy, but ran out of room.
Mitch Cox with another centre clearance. He's been so impressive. Brendan, probably the most improved player in the VFL this year, I think.
Just check those matchups for us on Freeman and Newman. We haven't seen much of Newman yet. in the early going. Of course, Templeton has Styles for company, as you mentioned. One down by Berry. Tracks it back towards the middle of the ground. Hand pass back inboard. Cracker towards the 50 it goes. Mentha with pace. Couldn't pick it up at the first go. Gathered by Riley. Got it back to Mentha. Kick around the corner inside 50. Fist to ground level. Wagner's there. Picked up by, that looks like Arnott, one of the inclusions in the team tonight.
We see that signature forward pressure from Frankston. The coaches will be so pleased with that. Freeman's on 8 touches so far in this game. Josh Newman just the 2 touches, so doing a good job there.
Snap on goal, unable to be connected as Frankston looked for a 5th early on, but Port Melbourne looked to rebound off half back. Ball towards the middle of the ground, but it'll be returned back from whence it came. Ball over the top. It's marked as Frankston looks to get the ball back inside 50. Chipping ball short to Mitch Cox. Marks the ball just outside the arc.
He might have the distance here, Mitch Cox, but he's become an unselfish player this year. So watch for his good mate Josh Begley on the end of this.
Ball on the outside. Long balls. It got the distance. No, it's fisted through in the end for a behind.
They're getting plenty of distance. Mitch Cox is a long kick at the best of times.
He's kicked that nearly 70 metres.
Maybe about 55 or 60, Brendan.
Where's the paint? Round there where the players are?
Yes.
Oh, geez, that's a big kick.
It's a long bomb, but unable to register
This is
a
better
goal.
for Port Melbourne.
As Port Melbourne looks to move the ball through the middle of the ground, 2-on-1. Numbers with the Dolphins. Fisted down to the ground. Socket off the ground towards Connor Riley. It eludes him and his direct opponent in Ben Jolly. And Frankston could look to get the ball forward through Begley. He couldn't get there. Riley swooped over the top of it. Great tackle in the end.
Advantage
Kyle
play.
Reid, and it's McGibbon holding the ball. Advantage paid. Fumble on the outside with O'Sullivan. Ball inboard. Run down tackle nearly worked out for Angus Styles. And before the ball for Frankston was Anastasio. Handball short was to Eli Templeton, formerly of St Kilda. As the tackling pressure ramping up for the Borough at the moment. They get the ball out of the pack. Handball short in the end was from Corey Wagner, another formerly AFL listed player.
Good strength, Cox.
Great work from Mitch Cox. Goes short.
That's
to
a good result.
Riley. Long
No,
ball
it's
will be
not.
out on the full. That's not a great result, Mick.
No, I thought it was going to land inside the field of play. But what Port Melbourne have to address is Frankston are getting extra players behind the footy, and it's just making it too difficult for them to penetrate Frankston's defence. And what they're finding is they're getting shallow entries that are repelled each and every time.
So Ben Jolly with the free kick. He was called back outside the line to take it again. He went short to O'Sullivan. That is Tom O'Sullivan. Thought about going back to Jolly, then changed his mind and kicked up towards half forward looking for Anastasio. Cox picks up the loose ball, fed it back to Riley, Berry, Young, Brolick. It goes out towards the wing, slapped on nicely by McKay to get it away from Jansen. Runs onto the footy, gives the hand pass out. Here they go, Frankston. Voss puts it over the top. They're away here. Cracker gives it to Mentha. Kicks inside forward 50. That's a one-on-one contest. Rendell couldn't take the mark. Reid arrived, slapped it out. It's into the path of Newman. Goes off the ground, little toe poke. Lambert tried to dive on the footy, couldn't do so. Almost thrown out. It went to Stern. Dropped it cold at the top of the square. He did. Good tackle.
Campbell Walker's returned to the field. Good news for the Borough.
The tempo is just lifting in this game late in the first quarter, Brendan. Port Melbourne really digging in, trying to get some scoreboard pressure back here.
Cameron Hodges it was with the rundown tackle. The late inclusion for Harvey Hooper, the big late out for the Borough.
If Port Melbourne are going to test Frankston's defence, they have to get out the back and use their pace. It's their one advantage. So they need to get run and carry through the midfield and deep entries.
Jansen, long high ball. It's a whistle. And a free kick going the way of Frankston yet again. On the
they love that on the
side
Cairnhill.
Sliding in to try and take the mark. Unable to do so was Newman. We haven't really seen much of him tonight.
Tommy O'Sullivan getting busy.
Handball short. Port Melbourne can't really get out at the moment. Kane was in the middle of all of that. And the ball outside to the far side wing. Just on the hill there. Looks to relieve a bit of pressure for the visitors.
Mitch Cox is up to 11 possessions. Far and away the leading possession getter on the ground.
It's Searle, one of the inclusions tonight. Looks to take the ball forward through a heap of players. Chance for Port Melbourne to potentially get their first goal of the night. Handball short.
Chance.
Snap on goal. Chance for Campbell Walker back on the ground, but he's missed to the right. Port Melbourne with their first score of the evening. It's a behind. They're one behind. And Frankston Dolphins 4-3-27. 24 and a half gone. Ray White Frankston scoreboard in the
That's
first
exactly the methodology they need to use, Port Melbourne. Get the ball out the back and there'll be a chance.
So Brolick with the kick-in duties at this stage. The first score for Port Melbourne took nearly 25 minutes. Brolick runs away towards the social club and kicks it into the social club. So the free kick will be taken and driven straight back in there by Watson to the top of the goal square. Big fly from the front of the pack. Loughnan couldn't get a kick away. Styles is in there as well. And the umpire will have to sort us out about 25 metres out from Port Melbourne's goal.
They're building here at Port Melbourne. You can just sense a goal coming. Much better pressure at ground level inside their forward line.
So ball up, deep forward for the Borough. One down by Rendell. Kane, the first gamer, almost had his head kicked off by Begley, and he'll get the free kick. Put his head over the football. Begley went for the air swing. Almost got the wrong spherical object.
No question about the free.
I can come up with big words too, Ollie.
No question about the free kick. It was there. Players are looking to move the ball and kick it off the ground, but on that occasion, it was always risky to do so, and there's a chance to convert here for a nice 6 or 7 minutes for Port Melbourne.
Marcus Kane on debut, 188 centimetre, 19-year-old from the Eastern Ranges. Think it's his first kick. He's had a handball. First kick in football, and Marcus Kane in VFL football. Look at him get across to him. Kane kicks the goal, gets Port Melbourne on the board. Congratulations, young man. Borough 1-1-7, Frankston 4-3-27. 26 minutes gone first quarter on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard.
No better sight than seeing the team get around to a young player kicking his first goal. That'll give the team and him individually a lift. That's a really, really good response. Port Melbourne were at 6s and 7s the first 15 or 20 minutes of this first quarter. Frankston were dominating, but Tommy O'Sullivan's now up to 8 possessions. He's given a bit of calmness through the midfield, finding options by hand and foot, and as a result, they're starting to win the territory battle in this quarter.
Of course, not the only Kane finding the goals in world sport. The European Championship final coming up on Monday morning, but Marcus Kane...
excited about that one, I'm sure.
Of course. Hopefully England can win that one, but Marcus Kane here at Skybus finding the goals, much like Harry, his namesake, as the ball goes up. Rendell wins it down.
Ooh.
Had he given away a free kick in the middle of all that, he had.
I thought that was lucky. That was good craft by Rendell. And there's 50.
And there's 50. So really sloppy from Frankston.
McKay, I think that was coming in from the side.
And they might get a couple of quick goals. Looking for this potential handball maybe to Arna, who's on the outside of him. With the ball in hand at the moment is the youngster in Joshua Hodgkin.
Mitch McCarthy mentioned him in the pre-game interview. I thought on that occasion Rendell just had greater strength. He put the knee right into the midriff, but the umpire ruled that it was a push and a costly 50-metre penalty.
And much like Kane here, he's going back for his first ever VFL goal. So Kane goalless, Hodgkin currently goalless. Can he follow suit and get his first in his VFL career? Straight in front, no angle of which to speak of. Looks for the goals and can't find them. He misses to the left. Borough moved to 1-2-8, trailing Frankston 4-3-27 on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard.
Off the boot, Mick O'Neill, there was about 7 Port Melbourne players running towards Hodgkin.
It could have been another one of those great scenes there, but I see the family of Coach Danny Ryan in the grandstand here. They were very happy to see that miss.
Ball out the back, Stern turns back inboard around
Clever.
the corner. That's good.
Whoa.
Oh, even better. Hodges, the late inclusion, back with the flight of the ball. That is an excellent mark. Another former Kangaroo is Hodges. He goes short, finds Phillips.
Oh.
Sizes it up. Arnott under pressure. He was shut down. It was never the handball. It was never the ball. Quick turnover with the free kick. Cracker kicks to half forward. Reed shuts it down and double fists it over the line. I'll let him off of that one. I don't think he's taking a mark in that setup.
Jonty Ralsmith, I want you to keep an eye on Bailey Lambert. He doesn't look like he's moving with full speed at the moment. Normally he would have attacked that footy in the air, but he let his opponent take front position.
He did come off onto the interchange earlier, and he didn't look 100%. So I'll keep an eye on it.
He's only played one game since round 4, so he'd be a little bit short of a gallop, that's for sure.
The ball is towards the outside wing. There's a fracas on the far side. One in the end, eventually by Hiscock, who fumbled initially. Frankston back with the ball. Chain of handballs, ends up with Williams. Run down from behind, was it in the back?
High.
Umpire says it's high, so it's one of a number of free kicks could have been paid there, but in the end it's the same result. Frankston with the ball.
Williams just slowing play down here. It's late in the first quarter. As a backman, doesn't want to take any risks.
Williams looks for the high ball, and there's the siren. A stellar first quarter for the Dolphins with 4 goals to boot. They're 4-3-27, leading the Port Melbourne Borough by 19 points. They're 1-2-8, sole goal kicker for the Borough. was the first gamer and first goal scorer in Marcus Kane. But at the moment, we thought it'd be a close game going in. It's been anything but at the moment. Frankston very, very dominant, very, very assertive in that first turn, Brendan.
Yeah, perfect start from the Dolphins. Just what they had to do. They've had to get the upper hand, and now it's up to them to keep it, because you can absolutely guarantee that Port Melbourne will keep coming, and they will keep coming all night. It is quarter time, as you mentioned. The goal scorers, Brolick, Rendell, Cox and McLaughlin for the Dolphins, and Marcus Kane on debut for Port Melbourne. It is quarter time here at Skybar Stadium on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. 4-3-27 the Dolphins, 1-2-8 the Borough. This is your TV Magic Bendigo Bank match of the night, Friday night football. And right after this, Mick O'Neill will break down that first quarter before Johnny Ralph Smith tells us what the coaches had to say on RPPFM, your Peninsula footy.
More and more people with a taste for quality are shopping at Eliza Meats. Kevin and his lean team pride themselves on the finest cuts. See our sponsor Kevin at Eliza Meats, 112B Mount Eliza Way, a station sponsor.
There's a quiet revolution happening on the rooftops of Australia. And at Solar Heart, we're proud to be leading the charge. One home, one family, one solar panel at a time. Helping smart Aussies make a real difference to the planet. Cutting their energy bills and connecting them to their smart energy future. Get smart. Get Solar Heart.
More and more people with a taste for quality are shopping at Eliza Meats. Kevin and his lean team pride themselves on the finest cuts. From juicy steaks and roasts to high-grade mince and sausages. And Eliza Meats are the gourmet specialists. Inquire about Eliza Meats Spitfire. Phone 9787 4473 for a mouth-watering meal fit for a king. It's all at Eliza Meats. See our sponsor Kevin at Eliza Meats, 112B Mount Eliza Way, a station sponsor. Do you have TV antenna or reception issues? Need to wall mount your TV or want extra TV or data points? Then talk to TV Magic, Frankston and the Peninsula. TV Magic are your local TV and antenna specialists. We look after everything: TV, home theatre, satellite, plus all electrical work. Visit us at tvmagic.com.au or contact Clint for a free quote on 0484 395 555. TV Magic. We make all your TV problems disappear. A station sponsor.
Brighton Auto is your Bayside and Peninsula automotive one-stop shop. This all-in-one award-winning Mitsubishi, MG and SsangYong dealership is also offering Holden certified parts and service. They have a huge range of new, demo and used vehicles plus factory-trained service technicians. Your proud RPPFM station sponsor, Brighton Auto, will also ensure your dream car is well within reach and kept in great hands. Why not visit brightonauto.com.au or find them at 67 Nepean Highway, Elstonwick, LMCT 10680.
And welcome back to Skybus Stadium, a very, very cold Skybus Stadium, as we've mentioned many a time. Frankston at the moment at quarter time leading by 19 points over the Port Melbourne Borough. They are 4-3, 27 to the Port Melbourne Borough 1-2-8. goal scorers at the moment for Frankston. It is Brolick, Rendell, Mitch Cox and Brodie McLaughlin, and the sole goal kicker for Port Melbourne Borough is Marcus Kane. Debut tonight for him, first goal down to the right of screen. But yeah, Frankston dominant in that quarter, Michael O'Neill.
Yes, it's really a tale of two halves, that first quarter. Frankston, I have to say first up, Ollie, it's a high-quality game. I'm under the conditions, I'm really impressed by the intensity of both sides. Ball movement's difficult, but both sides adjusted fairly well. Frankston were able to capitalise on the scoreboard early in that quarter. Mitch Cox just continues his fantastic form with 11 possessions and a goal in that first quarter. Sides are going to have to put some time into limiting his damage. Jackson Voss with 9 possessions and Chris Jansen with 9 possessions for Port Melbourne, the other stats leaders on the day. Frankston were able to use their pressure on the ball carrier and through the middle to consolidate the ball forward for themselves. The second half of that quarter, Port Melbourne started to get a bit more flow, get the ball out the back, which is going to be their modus operandi in this game, and really start to flip the switch. But we'll go down to Jonty Ralphsmith. He'll give us an insight into what both coaches had to say.
Yeah, Gary, as the coach I went to at the quarter time break, he obviously, speaking to Port Melbourne, he gave them a little sting, wanted them to get more engaged in the contest, talked about the dewy conditions, because Port Melbourne have lost their feet a few times. Frankston haven't done it as yet. Obviously, Frankston a lot more accustomed to these conditions, so I wanted them to get their head in the contest. Also said that the Freeman tag will be on and sees contests as a spot where Port Melbourne could get on top going forward. He also gave Felix Flockhart a good rap for his first quarter for Port Melbourne.
And we see Jeremy O'Sullivan has gone to Nathan Freeman on the wing at the start of this quarter, so maybe that's a change in that matchup. Angus Stiles still going with Eli Templeton, and he did a pretty good job, albeit Templeton just the 4 possessions that quarter.
Yeah, so he's seen off Nash Holmes, has Nathan Freeman. Now he's got a taller man in the young Jeremy O'Sullivan, 19-year-old, turns 20 next month, so a good lesson for him as Berry starts the second quarter with the tap, trying to go through Newman, off half-back for Port Melbourne. There was O'Sullivan, and it'll be a ball up. Jansen as well, who had an excellent first quarter for the Borough.
Saying that tag didn't last very long, wasn't it? Broke free straight away, did Freeman, because O'Sullivan went towards the contest. As you can see there again.
He's still watching him. He's giving him about 4 or 5 metres, which you just cannot do.
Well, and I think because Freeman gets his football defensively, that's...
He's staying goal side of him at the moment, isn't he? As Hodgkin won it down for Port Melbourne. Templeton caught by Stiles. He was right on him. He's not getting clear at all. We'll have another ball up.
So 3 repeat stoppages already. Mitch Cox has got his hands on 2 of those. He's been a star performer.
It looks as though Nathan Freeman has broken the tag as it's one down in the end there by Berry. Either side can get the ball free. Port Melbourne back of the pack. Kick on the outside of the boot. Frankston swarm over the ball. Freeman's on the outer side. Chopped off in the end by O'Sullivan. Goes back. Goes for handball laterally and finds Jansen, who's found a lot of the ball early. Chipping ball towards half forward inside 50. Hiscock had to win it and did so. Taps it out wide. Looking to win it for Frankston was Max Williams under pressure from Felix Flockhart, who did have a very good first quarter, but it's out of play. Right half forward.
Educated spoil by Liam Hiscock there. He got 30 metres laterally and the ball just stayed inside, so he didn't give away a free kick.
So boundary throwing in front of the Frankston Rooms. Port Melbourne desperate to get the first goal of this second quarter. They trail by 19 points on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. Berry won the tap. Away goes, looked like Freeman, was it? Out of the contest. In fact, Begley.
Port players appealing for the free kick, but in the conditions tonight, I don't think we're going to see too many of those.
You never really know what's going to be paid, though, when it comes to deliberate out of bounds, though.
That would have been a very harsh one to give, mate.
A lot of them are. Ball back into play. Won by Berry, reaching over the back, thumps it back towards the line, tracking it is Holmes, and the line is too close.
We saw an interesting matchup in the first quarter. Perry Lewis-Smith opposed to Ash Cracker. Both players playing against their former sides.
Yeah, Lewis-Smith back at Port Melbourne after starting the season at Aspley and not being able to break through for a game there. Won by Hodgkin, backwards, booted forward Jansen, or Woofenden it was, inside 50 he goes. Anastasio fed the hand pass up. Jeremy O'Sullivan stepped through traffic but had it stolen away from him by Max Williams. I've liked his start. Gave it to Newman. Little chip over the top to Stern. They can break here, Frankston. Freeman right in front of broadcast. Steps back inside
Good
Hodges.
use.
Chips it short to Riley. Port have got the numbers back, so he has to hold up. Then he goes directly across the half-forward line. It gets to Berry. And the umpire says that's an arm chop, much to the disgust of
paid the mark,
Wagner.
actually, Brendan. It was a close call.
So Berry with the football, 65 out, goes short to Freeman, knocked away from him by Walker. Here is Freeman, has another go at it. Little hand pass, Anastasio. Kane flicks it over the top. Templeton through traffic. Then he slips over at the crucial stage. Just got a hand pass away as Arthurson closed in. And Jansen can't get away as he's wrapped up as soon as he gets the loose ball, and it'll be a ball up.
There's no rain, Brendan, but this is definitely a wet weather game, and players have to adapt. You can't make sharp cuts trying to change direction and evade tackles.
You can see the fog just starting to drift in, which is going to make it very dewy.
Snap inside 50 for Frankston, chopped off. In the end, the mark is paid.
There was a famous game at
Fletcher Roberts.
Lakeside Oval many years ago, I think, where the fog came in, Brendan. Hopefully we don't get that.
So Roberts, the Bulldogs Premiership player back in 2016, slightly overcooked the kick. Frankston looks to move the other way. Handball short, onto Cox. Looks to break through the tackle. Can't do so, in fact it's high. Yep. Very harsh on Corey Wagner, who I thought wrapped him up, but
definitely high.
Brendan Rhodes has said the free kick was there. Yep. Mitch Cox has got himself to a point where he'll back himself to break any tackle at the moment, and that was courageous to try and run through it. I thought he could have got pinged.
He's wearing the fluorescent green like the umpires at the moment is Brendan Rhodes.
and this is almost the Mitch Cox end for Skybus Stadium these Friday nights.
Mitch Cox for a set shot. Right on 50, goes back, long bomb. Online, has he got the journey?
Whistle.
Free kick, and it's going the way of Port Melbourne, so it won't have mattered anyway. And they'll take it out from full back. Chipping ball short, should be marked by O'Sullivan, and is.
So it was Roberts who was held on the last line of defence as they tried to shepherd that through.
So looking for a short, but that'll be difficult.
O'Sullivan goes long down the line instead. Fisted away in the end there by Hodgkin. Out the back of the pack, Frankston with the numbers. Handball short from Cox. Turning is Newman. Been quiet so far today. Could have an exclamation mark here. And he does! Long bomb from downtown. And that's about as exclamation mark as you can get. Been quiet, but with a loud moment there against Frankston's fifth. They're 5-3-33. Play the Borough 1-2-8 on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard.
Captain's goal, Mick. What a ripper.
Yeah, he's been such a solid player. He really represents the DNA of Frankston in every game that he plays. Josh Newman, rich reward there. I really like Mitch Cox then. He could have blasted away. He had a long behind or a long shot at goal before, but that was a really terrific handball to Newman, who navigated his way around his opponent for a great finish. Alarm bells should be going in the Port Melbourne coach's box. Mitch Cox up to 14 possessions early in this second quarter.
And Gary Ayres put the onus on his tall players to have more of a presence in the air in the second quarter. Obviously, they were able to halve the contest there, Frankston, which led to that goal. So not good signs for Port Melbourne, as you say, Michael O'Neill.
KFL score check. Essendon 1-5 leading, Adelaide 2 behind, so a 9-point lead for the Bombers early on.
Yeah, that's 25 minutes gone in the first quarter. Here it is 6 minutes gone in the second. Frankston 5-3-33. Port Melbourne 1-2-8 thanks to Ray White of Frankston. Berry goes to ground. Newman ran straight into a brick wall called Templeton. Styles, he turns into the brick wall to wrap up Jolly, and it'll be a ball up again.
Very impressed with the attack on the footy from both sides. Those hits would be hurting on a cold night like tonight, but Newman's leading the way.
Tapped down by Berry. Arriving was Lambert. Been quiet so far. Kick by Holmes was smothered. Left behind by Woofenden. Hand pass there out again. Voss puts it into the path of Cracker. Runs to 40. Sets sail for home. But he's put it offline to the left. And through for one behind only. 2 goals, 8 for the season now for Ash Cracker. 5-4-34 Dolphins. 1-2-8 Borough after 7 minutes. Ray White Frankston.
Ball back in to the outer side. Off hands. Freeman, again, he's ubiquitous. But couldn't get the ball far forward there. Ball can't break free. On the far side, a number of Frankston players looking to get the ball forward.
Oh, good mark.
Snap around the body. Begley, outside 50. Another long run. Bacon, goal square. And he's got another. The former Bomber with a long bomb. And Frankston have got 6. They're 6-4-40. playing the Borough 128, who just cannot go with them.
Is there a better run back to the interchange bench than Josh Begley just did then? It was reminiscent of Barry Round in his highlight days when he kicked a goal and he charged back to the middle of the ground. But what Begley did then, he intercepted that like it was a baseball mitt, a clean take, and then turned on the left, and well called, Ollie, on the left foot from about 45 metres. The goal umpire did not move.
And he was giving it the double cobra before he even saw it sail through.
The first thing he did when he came to the interchange is he asked club photographer Matt Walker, "Did you get it?" And he did. So very happy. I had a great view of that one, boys. That one was always going through. A picture-perfect goal from Josh Begley.
Good start for the Dolphins.
I'll guarantee you our fantastic camera person Sarah would have got it too.
Yes.
As we slam the ball down into the centre, that one should come back. No, the umpire says play on, and Wagner gets the clearance. Down towards half forward it goes. Anastasio tracking it under the pump there with Loughnan. Loughnan wins the footy, and then Anastasio got him. No prior opportunity. Riley fed the hand pass back. Little ball over the top to Voss. He's caught by Woofenden. Walker's kick scrubs towards the forward pocket. Arthurson gets back there and gets dumped over the line by Watson for a throw in.
Just a couple of crucial little taps on the ball by the Frankston defenders there. Kept it as a scramble. Port Melbourne had a chance to push deep inside 50 here. But again, this is an opportunity for the small forwards of Port Melbourne. Let's watch for Anastasio to get busy here at this stoppage.
Well, left half forward now for Port Melbourne. Throwing eluded all the rocks. Chance for Port Melbourne at the back of the pack. On the overlap in the end was Woofenden. Sends the ball high towards the top of the square. Numbers with the Dolphins. It was a 3-on-1 and they won out in the end. Fist down only as far as Campbell Walker. Back on the ground after the injury cloud in the first term, but it's locked up in the right forward pocket for Port Melbourne. 32 points behind on the scoreboard.
John T. Frankston defenders such as Joe Lloyd, Loughnan have been very impressive tonight. Arthurson as well.
I've liked Joe Lloyd's game. Yeah, he's looked really good tonight.
Shrugging one tackle and then getting the kick away from there was Cox. Up to the wing it goes, front spot. It was Riley who gave it to Cox.
He'll look to get creative, Cox.
He drives it into the middle of the ground. It's going to bounce in front of his target, Lambert, who got rid of Arnott in some way. Illegal way, said the umpire. Jansen tracks it back. Voss gets there and makes sure that it's over the line.
The conditions tonight make it that we see on that occasion that there was a fumble picking the ball up and the ball skid 15 or 20 metres. So it's not going to be crumbing in close here. The ball's actually moving on quite quickly.
Rendell up against Flockhart. Thrown in from the can bar. You heard them in the background. Rendell, Wagner taken away from him. Holmes got a hand pass at the last minute to Flockhart, but a kick behind the play.
Is that Arthurson, is it?
It is Arthurson who takes the mark. In good form at the moment. Will Arthurson short to Rendell.
They're still hitting up at the football with these short leads. Frankston, they don't have a number of tall options, so they're just using the ball short. Freeman gets it on this occasion.
He was always going to get that, and he drives it towards half forward. How will this go? Backing himself on the run from half back there was Phillips. Now under the pump, Port Melbourne, Arnott.
It's a throw. He's paid holding the ball out of zone umpire against Anastasio, who, like all redheads, pleads his case vigorously.
I was going to say it either had to be holding the ball or a high tackle, but I thought McLaughlin did a good job of not getting him high despite the difficult angle he tackled from.
That could have been a 50-metre penalty there.
I think he's made an effort, a decent effort from long range to get it back to him despite Frankston's pleas there. Yep. Short pass was very good.
Connor Riley with the ball, I think, and distance will be no trouble for him.
So Riley marks 45 metres out from goal, 45-degree angle.
He's been a revelation this year coming across from the Richmond VFL side. He's got elite fitness and he kicks the ball a long way.
He's got a big crowd watching him from the Can Hill, from the pod beside him. Jonty's got the best view of this one. And the kick is on its way, and it's fading, but it's done enough, I think. He's got the goal. Riley's put it through, and the Dolphins are off and away here at Skybus Stadium. They go to 7-4-46. Port Melbourne 1-2-8 on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard.
Shaped it perfectly. Connor Riley snuck it in at that right goalpost.
And we see that goal. You go back to Will Arthurson at half-back with an intercept mark. I've been so impressed with the Frankston defenders taking aggressive positions in front of their opponents. They always seem to be outnumbering in the contest. So got the ball at half-back, and then they've threaded the ball through the midfield. Get an inside 50, and Connor Riley, who we've mentioned, he's just growing a league each week. Probably in the top 2 or 3 players for Frankston this year.
So we thought that this would be an inspired performance from Port Melbourne, potential for an upset, but at the moment they're going down without a whimper. They need to stop the blood flow.
A The Freeman tag's changed again.
There's an avalanche going down and they can't prevent it at the moment. The floodgates are open and they're not closing anytime soon as the ball's locked in. And there'll be a ball up inside the centre square.
The big one, Mick O'Neill, for me, is Harvey Hooper. He has been an absolute star for Port Melbourne and has held them together this year. Losing him has just cost them all sorts of drive off half-back and through the middle.
It has, and he would have taken a Begley match-up as well, maybe.
Templeton with the clearance, goes inside 50. Chance now for the Borough. Was Templeton being held by Styles? Probably, but the umpire said not enough. Flicks out the back with pace there, Anastasio. Flicks around the corner to the top of the goal square. Haven't seen anything of Kerr. It hasn't been down
well
there.
done, Brolick.
Chance now for Brolick, who did well and got it to Arthurson. Short to the wing. Reed got rid of
That was
Newman
studs
illegally.
Up. Oh, not studs up. He just put the knee up early there, so definite free.
So Josh Newman with the free kick on defensive 50 for Frankston.
He'll be looking to find a short here, given the lack of tools down the line. Otherwise, it's McLaughlin that's going to have to fly here.
38 points the margin in favour of the Dolphins as Newman brings it up to the wing. It landed in the lap of Phillips, who wasn't expecting it to get to him. Hand pass out from Riley. Begley around the corner.
Oh, Mentha's
Kicks
on
up
here.
towards half forward. Mentha in a one-on-one with Hodges. Hodges got to the fall of the ball, couldn't take the mark. McLaughlin gave it off to Riley. Up and under kick inside 50. Stearns a chance here with Roberts. Roberts is the bigger man, but he fumbled it. Slapped on by Cracker. Stern, Mentha, the Buzz Boys have got it done again.
Really?
Jack Mentha with the goal, and the Dolphins go to 8 goals, 452. Borough 1-2-8. Nobody saw this coming. 14-minute second quarter, Ray White Frankston scoreboard.
Yeah, spot on, Brendan, and Frankston just able to win in at the contest on each occasion. Then Josh Newman was forced to go long, but Frankston got the numbers in at ground level, and when you're kicking it forward in these conditions, it's perfectly suited to Stern and Mentha, who are both actually very clever in the air. They shift their opponents under the footy. Mentha was looking to tap the ball on, or was it Ash Cracker? I think three of the Buzz brothers involved.
Yeah, Cracker, Stern and Mentha all involved.
Yeah.
And Mentha just kept running and made sure he got on the end of that goal, and they had the outnumber inside 50.
Well, I tell you what, 9 individual goal scorers last week against Sydney, 8 individual goal scorers tonight. That is the makings of a very good team.
And Gus Styles doing a nice job on Eli Templeton.
So ball back in the middle. Frankston maintain a 44-point lead. Hodgkin got up well, but it may well be Frankston getting the clearance again. It is. It's inside 50. Chasing the ball down. It's tapped on. Frankston have got the numbers around the ball. Lambert taking over the boundary, though, the returning Bailey Lambert, and be thrown in just forward of halfway in an attacking sense for Frankston.
A free kick paid by the outer zone umpire.
I thought it might have been. He was dealt with very crudely over the boundary line there, Lambert. They're getting frustrated, Port.
Lambert to send it in, goes centrally.
He had Newman free, just kicked it off the instep.
They looked for Newman, couldn't find him. Potential holding the man free, not paid against the Pines local in Perry Lewis Smith. The ball trickles out of play. Boundary drawing left off forward for the Dolphins.
If there was any play you'd want to have in a contest, I think Josh Newman for Frankston would be almost your first pick. He had no right to get that footy then, but he's just so honest in the contest.
Not for the first time tonight, Max Williams is receiving some treatment on the bench on his left, looks like his left thigh, potentially his left hamstring, something along those lines, something to keep an eye on.
Ball back into play. Cracker was underneath it but couldn't get there for Frankston. Snap inside 50 towards the top of the square. Lambert's trying to get there, can't do so, fisted away. Frankston had numbers at the fall of the ball, none of them could get there. Picking the ball up in the end was Ethan Phillips as they look to get the ball clear through Jolly, the experienced Jolly, clear and kick, and a very, very well taken mark on the far side at half back.
Perry Lewis Smith, is it?
Had to get himself in the hole, and he did. Perfect kick.
So Lewis Smith looks to go long down the line towards that outer side wing. Free kick.
Felix Flockhart unfairly taken out of it, I think.
He's paying it to...
Yeah.
Outer zone umpire.
Yeah, Felix Flockhart was bumped out of it unfairly. Wasn't given a run at the ball.
It was a late whistle, though.
If they can go quickly here, they can get it out the back.
Wagner receives from Flockhart. Oh, that's a good stretch and mark by Arnott. About 75 metres out from goal. Haven't seen much of Matt Arnott tonight. Back in the team, only his second game this year. I think he's third. In fact, kicks inside 50. Big fist from the back came from the Dolphins. Jeremy O'Sullivan got a hand pass out just in time. Kerr caught as soon as he gathered the football. He has not had a moment's peace on the very rare occasion it's gone forward.
The difference we saw there was the Frankston defenders able to clear the zone with the fist, whereas Frankston have been able to get the ball a soft crumb at ground level.
Quick kick out of the pack came from the Dolphins from McKay, but it only goes as far as Hodges. Into the team late for Harvey Hooper. He drives it back inside forward 50. Big fly from Williams at the back with the fist, and away they go again. The Dolphins. Newman puts it out to open space. McLaughlin's got 3 to beat. He might want it to go out. He keeps it in and decides to do it himself with 2 to beat, and he did a pretty good job of it. Begley arrived to provide some support. Then McLaughlin got it back. Brilliant football. Got it back to Cox, who kicks up towards the wing. Back with the flight of the ball. Reed couldn't take the mark. Worried out of it by Cracker. Wagner there. Fed the hand pass back. Danger time. Lewis Smith goes short. Around the corner is Roberts with a big up and under towards the Can Hill. Thumped away by the Frankston defence. And over the line for a throw in by Rendell.
We're starting to see that perceived pressure being felt by the Port Melbourne players when they get the ball. O'Sullivan seems to be the only one who's got real composure at the moment.
So at the moment, the Borough with a mountain to climb. Ball back in. It's Berry and Hodgkin going up in the ruck. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. As the Borough look to break through. Good tackle in the end by McKay. And it's locked up.
See Tommy O'Sullivan, or Tommy O as I call him sometimes, getting to the feet of the ruckman. He's getting busy.
So the ball back up again. One down by Berry this time, who's gone into the ruck for the Dolphins. Will the ball break out? Doesn't look like it will. Final efforts in the end. And it won't do so again. And there'll be a ball up right on the far side in front of the Can Hill crowd. Quite plentiful, I may say.
Remember, if you are listening on 98.7 or rppfm.com.au, you can also go to our Facebook page or back to the internet and pick up the live video stream of this game too, and get the fantastic pictures of all the action tonight as the fog starts to roll in.
Freeman with the free kick.
So Freeman goes short. Poor ball. It's gone. Josh Newman, a bit of a falcon. As they look to move back the other way, the Borough, they won't get the chance to do so as Frankston recovered. Cox, uncontested mark, should take it. Drops it at the second attempt. Handball in board to O'Sullivan. Ball inside 50. Should have been a better kick really in board. Flockhart couldn't get there in the end. It's taken out of play. In the end, tapping it over the line was Hiscock. And they'll be throwing right forward pocket for the Borough.
A little bit sloppy by Nathan Freeman then. Sometimes we see in his big possession games, he throws in 1 or 2 clangers, but that wasn't the time to be putting Josh Newman under pressure.
He definitely did so. He really put him under the heater there.
We'll get some of the team numbers off Mick shortly. It's showing on the stat sheet what we're seeing on the scoreboard as the ball comes back into play. Half forward there for the Borough. Tom O'Sullivan fed the hand pass out. Can't get it clear, and it's back over the line.
Yeah, Mitch Cox leading all comers with 16 possessions. Josh Newman's had a mammoth second quarter. He's up to 14 possessions. Freeman with 13. Tommy O up to 10 possessions for Port Melbourne.
And I reckon we're going to have trouble seeing the other side of the ground by the second half as the ball comes back into play. One down by Kerr, taken by that was Nash Holmes, who kicks down towards full forward.
And Brolick again getting back as the spare defender. All it needs then for the Frankston defender is to hold his opponent out. Brolick's there to take an easy mark.
It's an unusual role for Brolick, but he played it really well last week and he started brilliantly again tonight.
Well, he's composed with the footy, as we see Arthurson on the end of this short kick from Freeman. Watch for Freeman to go for the handball.
They've got him covered there, Kurt, but he doubles back the other way. Arthurson didn't see it. Heads out towards the pod on the Can wing. Chance now for the Dolphins again. It's Stern who got onto the left boot, tumbled it towards half forward. Wagner in a one-on-one with Cracker. Cracker went to ground, but he managed to hold on somehow.
That was a fantastic tackle from
How did he hold on?
Really, really impressive. And if that ball got out the back, well played by Wagner. The Buzz brothers were ready to cash in again.
He latched on like a barnacle on a ship, didn't he? As the ball comes to ground, Woofenden tries to go through, stolen from him by Cracker. Can't get through. Still a chance for the Dolphins. They're working it very slowly and surely towards goal, and it'll be a ball up about 30 metres out.
Tackle numbers only show Frankston leading 26-22, but it seems every time they go forward, if the ball hits the ground, the Smalls get excited to put that pressure on.
Up inside 51 down by Port Melbourne. Shot on goal from the pocket is a cracker. It's Tyler Young. Right in the corner.
Connor Riley is celebrating, and it's a behind. It hit the post. And now Port Melbourne can go with loose numbers.
We've got just about everything wrong there.
Frankston still don't know. They're just finding out now.
They're calling for the video review.
Looked good from here.
Well, they wanted the video review a couple of weeks ago. in the Coburg North Melbourne game. They'd love it there to check too, but the goal umpire was closer than us as the kick was smothered off the boot by Cracker from Reed. Reed will get it back from Jolly. The second kick is better. Hodges drops the mark. Not sure whether he heard footsteps, but he spent it before he had it and trickles over the line for a throw in.
Well, it's any time the ball hits the ground, it picks up so much dew, it becomes almost impossible to take the ball in your hands, and that's not the time to be trying to find the short man inside your own 50.
Remember junior footy, they used to bring out the one with the dimples that they use in rugby league, just so we could actually handle the thing, and we still weren't very good. As Wagner got it out, taken by Flockhart, stolen away from him, trying to barge his way through was Tom O'Sullivan. Wagner took it, sent it around the corner back to the wing. Just got a hand in there to did the Port Melbourne player in Walker. They're working forward. Little hand pass from Kane.
Anastasio
breaks. Anastasio had to stop and wait for it. Had time. Kicks inside 50. Looking for Hodgkin. Over his head it goes. He lays a tackle. It's a fraction high, says the umpire.
That was a good tackle. Good to see the pressure being put on, but Freeman was going to ground, so it's almost impossible to make that a legal tackle.
Especially for the big man. Yeah. Freeman goes short and finds Arthurson.
Arthurson now to the Brian Mace grandstand wing. Looks for Begley and finds it. But options on the outside.
Rendell's the option down the line here.
Ignored Lloyd, he's still on. Doesn't go for him, goes into the middle of the ground, finds Newman.
Starting to work his way into it, Josh Newman.
I'd still go for Rendell. There's lots of space around him here for the smalls to get busy. Watch for them to get to ground level.
Approaching 100 games at VFL level. This is 9-6 tonight, Josh Newman. Begley goes back and finds it. Looks for Styles. Good tackle in the end from Port Melbourne. The ball will be balled up just forward of halfway in a Frankston attacking sense.
Opportunity lost there for Frankston, but that's been their MO tonight. They've been hitting that inside kick, so you can't fault them for taking the option, but they would have preferred to be much further down the ground from that entry.
So the ball up will come in again. Looks like
Jack Berry's been impressive for me tonight.
Yeah, he goes up again and wins that one down with relative ease against Hodgkin. Will be locked up again though. Not much was really accrued from that as we approach 25 minutes gone.
Not to take away from Jack Berry, but he has been up against a couple of less experienced ruckmen.
Yeah,
that's true.
Winning the taps, but hasn't got much of the ball around the ground, and I reckon you might be able to bring that one up for us. But definitely winning the taps and giving first use to his midfield. He'll get another chance here.
5 possessions and 13 hitouts for Jack Berry.
So getting the job done in the air is Berry. This time Hodgkin won it down. Templeton has Styles for company as always. Towards half forward it goes. Anastasio somehow managed to get possession of the ball. Knocked away from him by Arthurson. He did it well. McKay, look away, hand pass to Freeman. Stops, props, gets the Shepherd. Looks for his options. Goes the 1-2 with Williams. Ducks underneath the tackle. Goes back to Williams again. He decides to tumble a kick forward this time, Williams. Stern and Tom O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan's going to win this football with class. Got it to Wagner. Spears the ball to half forward. It's over the head of his target. Watson left it behind for Port Melbourne. Backing himself is Brolick. Then he had to stop prop and go back the other way. Heard the voice. Got it back beautifully. Cox is going to get run down. Great tackle from behind. That should have been rewarded. It came loose and it got flicked out wide, and the Dolphins can get away through Riley.
So Connor Riley wheels and goes. Ball down towards Rendell, who couldn't get down to pick it up, the big ruckman. Fletcher Roberts with a kick forward. Inset mark in the end taken by Liam Hiscock. Goes down the line, short ball, good kick. Uncontested mark
Billy
was
McKay.
taken by McKay, who has got options forward if he can find them. Goes down the line, towards the pocket, over the back in the end was Brodie McLaughlin, but he was unable to take it over the top.
Really interesting to see how Frankston move the football in this game. They don't have multiple tall forwards to kick to, but they're just working their way through the middle of the ground.
So boundary throw in, about 50 metres, probably a little bit further than that. We'll give it 65. Out from the Frankston goal. Hodgkin got to the front spot and won it down, slapped towards the 50. Mentha beaten for it, that was by Holmes. Got it out the back to Arnott. Kick up and under, goes back towards the wing, slapped to ground by Arthurson. Quick kick from Kerr, tumbles it forward. Anastasio, clever tap onto Holmes at full pace. Styles gets a hand in to knock it down. Still working is Port Melbourne, heading it forward. Brolick will get back there first for the Dolphins. Kick back around the corner, around towards the wing. Spent it before he had it, did Flockhart. Tried to tap it towards Arnott. Went back for another go again. Knocked up nicely. Kick forward by Jolly towards the 50 for Port Melbourne. Getting back there was Lloyd. And he's under the pump. He's wrapped up and it'll be a baller.
He did well then,
And
Joe Lloyd.
There's a bit of how do you do going on.
Coaches call that ball security. He could have tried to tap the ball on, but he managed to take the ball and absorb the tackle and get a stoppage.
They worked out whose shout it was pretty quickly there as Cox was dragged down
Cox
without
special,
the football.
And the bench Cox special.
He gets the free kick in the back pocket.
So again, he's been economical. But
he grabbed that, they threw the ball back to him then, and he grabbed it behind his back.
As the ball is long towards centre wing, Flyers go up, not able to take the mark. At the back of the pack was the late in Cameron Hodges. Ball goes out of play, boundary throw on far side. 45-point lead still to the Dolphins. Long time since the last goal, Mick.
Yeah, it is, and coming into half-time, I'm sure Frankston would take this. No further score on the board for either side. But Port will be pushing for a late goal.
I was going to say it's probably been a long time since Port Melbourne kicked one goal in the first half, but it happened 2 weeks ago against Williamstown.
A long time before then, you think.
Oh, that's contact below the knees. That was, you could read that from a long way away. That was silly.
Ball inside 50 was attempted to go in.
No advantages coming.
Oh, and there's a 50. He's paid a 50 for Mentha will get 50 metres, and it's against Wagner, is it?
Well, this
really
is a real
silly.
chance. This is a real chance for Frankston to go back and kick yet another. We said no further score.
I think it's Matt Arnott. I don't think it's.
Arnott,
yeah.
Yes, it's Matt Arnott, the other man bun out there.
So
Silly play though, so close to half time, and Frankston players should just walk away. Is this Connor Riley? John T, is it?
Connor Riley, indeed.
So Connor Riley
For his second in the quarter.
from a slight angle just to the left of centre, will kick from about 30 metres out, looking to get Frankston's 9th. Still not yet a multiple goal kicker for the Dolphins tonight. Riley could become the first. He drags it to the right. They're 8-6-54 now, the Dolphins leading the Port Melbourne Borough, who are still 1-2-8, approaching the 30-minute mark of this second term on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard.
Disappointing, missed that one, but Frankston have been quite good with their conversion tonight. As against recent weeks, they've been wasteful.
Coming away from fullback is Jansen, who ran his full measure, had a bounce and ran it again. Drives it long to the wing, but it's coming back. Brolick has been magnificent tonight.
They might have found the right place for him, Brendan. Across half-back.
Yeah, half-back and even deeper.
And this looks like a bit of a slow-down tactic going into half-time.
Yeah, the first quarter only went that 29 minutes. We're at that mark again now as it's driven forward for the Dolphins. That was by Lloyd. Inside 50 it goes. Hand pass back out for Port Melbourne. They've got to work hard here. O'Sullivan, Tom, over to Holmes, to Walker. He goes further to Wolfenden, who kicks up towards half-forward. It was picked off and it was called by Mick O'Neill about 5 minutes before it got there.
It's just that Frankston are getting that spare player behind the ball. You've got to look ahead to see what your options are. They would have been better off just taking their time and then resetting.
They've worked the switch and it's come all the way around to Lloyd. Another disposal in there to Freeman as well.
Working again. He'll get the ball on the outer side, will Nathan Freeman. A snap to keep the ball in play was dealt with after the ball had gone.
Good mark.
He's straight back up though, and the mark is taken by Nash Holmes, formerly on the North Melbourne VFL list. Risky ball in board. And it's Templeton who's got to make it work, the former Saint. Can't do so. Styles under pressure. Tries to pick up the ball and run with it. Couldn't do so as they look to work it to the outer side. Great work in the heat of it there from Frankston, but they can't really break the ball free. And right on the centre circle, it's a ball up here for the Ruckman to try and go at.
Templeton had a chance then and fumbled. He's had the 9 possessions, doing a good job, Gus Styles.
One by Berry, hand pass Holmes, out to Tom O'Sullivan, further afield to Jansen, now to Lewis Smith. Pumps it inside 50 and the siren beats them. And young Flockhart got the front position at the crucial stage too. But that is, I think, without a shadow of a doubt, the best half of football that Frankston has put forward this season. Under the Friday night lights, they have taken Port Melbourne to the cleaners and they lead by 46 points at halftime. Frankston 8 goals, 6-54, leading the Borough 1-2-8. A scoreless second quarter for Port Melbourne as the Dolphins doubled their score from 4-3 to 8-6. And yeah, they're a good team, Port Melbourne, just not at the moment. They are really battling without anyone really up forward to kick it to. and the Frankston Dolphins. Well, this is a completely new look Frankston, and they are really turning it on. And, well, it's been a long time since we've seen the red, white and black from Frankston play footy like this, Mick O'Neill.
It's very impressive, Brendan, and kudos to Danny Ryan and his coaches for the moves they've made at selection. I think taking one of the tools out of the forward line and putting in that extra forward over the last 2 weeks has been an inspired move. And it looks to me like Frankston are adapting. They've learned from their earlier games here at Skybus on Friday nights. It really is a wet weather game. And
they've shown no signs of any fatigue from having played just 5 days ago either.
No, and that stands out. If anything, you thought Port Melbourne might come out a bit fresher, but Frankston have been so impressive.
They might finish the better Port Melbourne because of that, but the damage is done, really, isn't it?
I would think so, but the Port Melbourne coaches have to get to work at half-time and get the shape of their forward line in front of the ball right so that Frankston don't have the extra defender behind. If I was a small forward for Port Melbourne, I'd be crying out for someone to make a contest, but it's the shape that Frankston are setting up behind the ball. Brolick is the one that's most common, but Arthurson, and Hiscock, they've always got the last defender in line. So it makes it easy for the other defenders just to seal their opponents and let their teammate take the intercept mark.
Johnny Ralph Smith, your thoughts from the pod side of the ground?
Sorry, my microphone was just off.
Oh, there he is. Your thoughts from the pod side of the ground, Johnny?
Yeah, I did certainly have the better side of the ground, I think, on that first half. Yeah, fog's starting to really descend, absolutely freezing at ground level, but Frankston certainly looking like they're getting on top, and it's showing on the scoreboard as well. I think Mick O'Neill summed it up pretty well. Nathan Freeman's looked really good in the contest. Another player's game who I've liked is Jackson Voss. He's a lot of times opted for the handball over the kick, but he's gone to space a couple of times.
Yeah, I think that's right, Jotty. Just as we see Frankston President David Friend and former AFL membership guru he is as well. We'll be speaking to him in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, we look forward to that. We'll check the scores before we go and hear from our valuable sponsors on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. The Dolphins are 8-6-54, leading Port Melbourne 1 goal 2-8. Goal scorers for Frankston, all individuals, kicked by Brolick, Rendell, Cox, McLaughlin, Riley, Mentha, Newman and Begley. For Port Melbourne, Marcus Kane on debut kicked a goal late in the first quarter, which remains their only major of the game. It's cold and it's slippery down here at Skybus Stadium, but the Frankston Dolphins are running hot, and they lead by 46 points at halftime. Back after this break for the TV Magic halftime break, with thanks to our station sponsor Bendigo Bank, as well with Frankston President David Friend. I'm Brendan Rhodes with Mick O'Neill, Ollie Walker-Peel and Johnny Ralph Smith on RPPFM, your Peninsula Footy.
It's 2021 and RPPFM rocks back into sport on the Mornington Peninsula and Frankston with a new season and a new competition. We're live with VFL East Coast action. And for a 34th award-winning year, we're back with MP NFL local footy, MPCA cricket and MPBR bowls, all here, all live. Our very own local sporting community network, RPPFM, made local right here.
There's a quiet revolution happening on the rooftops of Australia. And at Solarheart, we're proud to be leading the charge. One home, one family, one solar panel at a time. Helping smart Aussies make a real difference to the planet. Cutting their energy bills and connecting them to their smart energy future. Get smart. Get Solarheart.
More and more people with a taste for quality are shopping at Eliza Meats. Kevin and his lean team pride themselves on the finest cuts, from juicy steaks and roasts to high-grade mince and sausages. And Eliza Meats are the gourmet specialists. Inquire about Eliza Meats Spitfire. Phone 9787 4473 for a mouth-watering meal fit for a king. It's all at Eliza Meats. See our sponsor Kevin at Eliza Meats, 112B Mount Eliza Way, a station sponsor. Do you have TV antenna or reception issues? Need to warm out your TV or want extra TV or data points? Then talk to TV Magic, Frankston and the Peninsula. TV Magic are your local TV and antenna specialists. We look after everything: TV, home theatre, satellite, plus all electrical work. Visit us at tvmagic.com.au or contact Clint for a free quote on 0484 395 555. TV Magic. We make all your TV problems disappear. A station sponsor.
Brighton Auto is your Bayside and Peninsula automotive one-stop shop. This all-in-one award-winning Mitsubishi, MG and SsangYong dealership is also offering Holden certified parts and service. They have a huge range of new, demo and used vehicles plus factory-trained service technicians. Your proud RPPFM station sponsor, Brighton Auto, will also ensure your dream car is well within reach and kept in great hands. Why not visit brightonauto.com.au or find them at 67 Nepean Highway, Elstonwick, LMCT 10680.
Welcome back to Skybus Stadium at halftime here with Frankston holding a 46-point halftime lead over Port Melbourne. We're lucky enough to be joined in our halftime break by Frankston President and former AFL membership guru David Friend. David, what an atmosphere down here and what a performance in the first half by the team.
Mick, I was just thinking, coming over here now, it's 5 or 6 years since we all got together to get the club back in shape, and my goodness, we wouldn't have expected to be where we are today. We've got great crowds standing around on a freezing cold night. The function centre's pressed about full. We're playing good football. We're in good shape.
It's a really interesting panorama. We're on the grandstand side of the ground. The atmosphere coming through the speakers is fantastic. And you look into the social rooms.
The social room's full.
Yeah,
well.
It's fantastic. So, and even more impressive is it's the people coming to the footy to watch the football team perform, not just to support, but they're seeing such an honest performance from all the players.
Oh, I think they are. And look, there's no doubt the lights create the atmosphere, and I think that's what's got everyone's imagination. They can come to the footy on a Friday night and have the weekend off and still see their game. And the fact that we're playing well is really the bonus.
And it's terrific to see, and so many good players in the first half. David, as well as on field, the team's on an upward trend. Off field, you're obviously the president of the football club. You've been on the board since the club started its effort to be readmitted into the VFL. Things are going well off field as well. Yeah,
Mick, they are. Look, it's been a mighty team effort from right back to Gary Buccanaro when he was with us, and you were with us, working with us. I mean, you are with us still. It's just come some a long way, and there's so many people involved. We've got a strong CEO. The board work really closely together, helping each other. There's real harmony at the club, and you can see it. That's part of the football success. I think the team are working well together. They know where they're going now. They've been together for a number of games. So, yeah, we're heading in the right direction. Absolutely. Sponsorship's been strong. All our sponsors stuck with us. Membership, we've broken our all-time record just on nearly 1,400 members, which is an all-time record for the club, and we're shooting for 1,500. So if there's some members out there, or people out there that are members, Mick, we'd love them to get onto the website tonight and join up and get us to be 1,500, because we will be the largest membership-based club in the standalone clubs apart from the interstates, the Victorians, which will be a great effort.
And talking about that membership, David, the club had such great support in the years as it was progressing back into the VFL, even in the year off, there was members who gave their support, who took out memberships to support the club. But I think the difference this year is people are joining up to see, still to support the club, but they're starting to see the results on field.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that year that we didn't have a football team, you know, people laughed at us when we thought we'd get over 1,000 members, and I knew we would. And I think that's where memberships changed. I'm in that industry as a business, is that people realise the financial importance of becoming a member. Sure, it gives them gate entry, but that's not their priority anymore. They just want to support the club financially, and 1,400 members for us is a lot of money for our football club.
And another thing to mention is you talk about the growing community and that sort of stuff around Frankston, and lots of people buying memberships, which is great. It's great to see a women's team as well this year. They've won a couple of games. Shani Nordashni Leighton's going to play for them tomorrow. They've got a game against Mount Eliza. Just a word on how good it is to have them around the club.
Oh, look, and it's brought families back to the club too. We're getting full families, and we're getting mum and the kids and the girls, everyone to the club, and everyone's really enthusiastic. We've come a long way. We've probably done better than we even expected to do in the women's. So we had a function there last night, and we had a good crowd turn up to that. So it's great for the club to have the women's as well.
And David, I think it's a couple of weeks' time, you have an event that's become a must-see or must-attend on the calendar, the Butterfly Ball.
Butterfly Ball, yes. That's a ball that's all been basically organised by the football team, all got behind it. So if you haven't bought your tickets left, I think we've only got 20 tickets left, Mick.
Yeah, incredible.
So if you want to go and attend the function, jump onto the website tonight and buy your tickets, because they will all go in the next few days, especially if we keep playing the way we are.
And it supports a fantastic cause, the EB organisation, which provides support to an insidious disease that affects the skin of young children. I know in the 2019, the first ball that was held, the EB organisation was overwhelmed by the level of support and the donations. And again, it's another way for the football club to give back to the community.
I think, look, if you haven't seen what EB do, jump onto their website and have a look at some of their videos. I guarantee you, once you've seen a video, you'll want to come along to the Butterfly Ball and support the organisation. So get on and buy those last 20 tickets for us.
David Friend, I want to thank you for joining us at halftime. It's fantastic to see you going so well in the president role and the rest of the club humming along nicely. We sit here with Frankston with a 46-point halftime lead. Thank you, David. Hopefully we speak to you later in the year at another one of Skybus Stadium's Friday night games, of which, Jonty, I think there's another 4 to come.
I think there's another 4 games to come. I'm not sure they're all Friday night games. But, yeah, hopefully, and thanks for coming on the program. David Friend, President of Frankston.
It's a pleasure to be here. I just mentioned to Mick before, I couldn't get to the game last week, and I listened to your call. I think your call was fantastic, the vision. So for those that can't get to the game sometime, make sure you tune in and have a look at the game live. It's fantastic.
Always great to get some praise from people within the club. We'll go to a message from our sponsors now, and we'll have some more analysis on the other side.
Good stuff.
It's 2021 and RPPFM rocks back into sport on the Mornington. It's 2021 and RPPFM rocks back into sport on the Mornington Peninsula and Frankston with a new season and a new competition. We're live with VFL East Coast action. And for a 34th award-winning year, we're back with NPNFL local footy, NPCA cricket and NPBR bowls, all here, all live. Our very own local sporting community network, RPPFM, made local right here.
Do you have TV antenna or reception issues? Need to wall mount your TV or want extra TV or data points? Then call TV Magic, Frankston and the Peninsula. Call Clint for a free quote on 0484 395 555. TV Magic, we make all your TV problems disappear. A station sponsor.
It's 2021 and RPPFM rocks back into sport on the Mornington Peninsula and Frankston with a new season and a new competition. We're live with VFL East Coast action. And for a 34th award-winning year, we're back with NPNFL local footy, NPCA cricket and NPBR bowls, all here, all live. Our very own local sporting community network, RPPFM, made local right here.
More and more people with a taste for quality are shopping at Eliza Meats. Kevin and his lean team pride themselves on the finest cuts. See our sponsor Kevin at Eliza Meats, 112B Mount Eliza Way, a station sponsor.
Which one's Mick?
Welcome back to Skybus Stadium, as we said before the break, as both sides come back onto the ground. Frankston holding a 46-point half-time lead. I'm here with Jonty Ralph-Smith. Jonty, a challenge for both sides coming out in this second half.
Yeah, a challenge for Port Melbourne because obviously they're going to want to respond. Gary Ayres is going to have given him another sting at half-time after giving him a real sting at quarter-time. But for Frankston, what they need to do is keep the foot on the pedal. We've talked about their accuracy, I suppose, or certainly capitalising on opportunities. They have missed a couple of chances, but 54-8 probably sums up their dominance, which is really good. What they now need to do is go on with it and get one of those 80 or 90-point wins, because we know they had a couple of losses of that margin against Williamstown and the Footscray Bulldogs, and if you look at their ladder position, that's a percentage that they really need to boost.
Absolutely, and it hasn't really been
Frankston's strong suit, would that be fair to say?
Yeah, finishing sides off hasn't been the as you mentioned, their strong suit. I'm looking at both sides. Gary Ayres is in position very quickly. But Frankston, they opened that first quarter, both quarters, so strongly with their attack on the football and their tackle pressure. If Port Melbourne are to turn this around and gain some ascendancy and hit the scoreboard, they're going to have to not only match but probably exceed Frankston in that area.
Yep.
We spoke before the... just after half-time about Frankston's ability to fashion a spare defender behind the footy.
Whether it's Brollick, whether it's Lloyd, whether it's someone else, Hiscock.
Every occasion Port Melbourne have gone forward, Frankston have a spare defender as the last in line.
Yep.
And it just takes out one of the prime scoring options in these conditions.
And they're already deprived of scoring options, Port Melbourne. I know that Brendan Jonty Rhodes has been really big on where's Port Melbourne's score going to come from. Well, they've only kicked one goal this half, and Frankston's excellent defence hasn't helped, and obviously them being allowed to have that spare defender also adds to their ability to defend.
And if we're being quite honest, to be fair, they don't have a marking target up forward, Port Melbourne. No one's presenting for them. We obviously said that Cinderella, their leading goal kickers, out. They've lost either to retirement or whatever, the leading goal kickers from the last couple of seasons. So they don't have anyone presenting up forward, which is a real problem.
But if I look at Frankston's key forwards, and it's either Rendell or Berry or Tyler Young spent time down there, I don't think they're much more seasoned, or Rendell probably is, but they're not much more seasoned than their Port Melbourne opponents. But what they've been able to do is position themselves in the marking contest so that they can get the ball to ground level. Port Melbourne haven't been able to fashion that loose defender, so it's much easier for the Frankston forwards, Ollie. I agree with you on that occasion. But if you continue to let that spare defender to sit behind the ball, you're either relying on a front and centre or a mark, and they're really the only options that you've got to hit the scoreboard. And obviously we're talking, in hindsight here, it's 9 or 8 goals to 1. Frankston to 4 goals to nothing, no goals in that second quarter. But we were so bullish on the Port Melbourne side on paper, coming off the 12-day break. We thought this was going to be a real challenge for Frankston, where it's actually turned out to be the opposite. And Frankston have, as Jonty's mentioned, have a chance to put the foot down.
And credit has to go to Frankston. I know we've spoken off air, and I think Brendan might have mentioned it on air as well. That's probably been Frankston's best half of the season, or certainly the best half we've seen in a long, long time from the men in black. In the midfield, you've had Nathan Freeman, you've had Josh Newman.
Well, if you look at the stats, Jonty,
take us through them, Mick.
If you were to pick 3 players you wanted to lead the possession for Frankston, Nathan Freeman with 19, Mitch Cox with 18, and Josh Newman with 15, while Tommy O'Sullivan leads the way with 14 for Port Melbourne. I think Jackson Voss has been very good today. I've been very impressed with Josh Begley. Despite only having the 6 possessions, he's done a mountain of work at ground level with his strong body. He's hit the scoreboard for the 1 goal. Still no multiple goal kickers for Frankston at this stage. So it's not like there's an easy fix for Gary Ayres as he sits in the coach's box.
Keep an eye on those names and numbers too for the Woolworths Coringal Hub Player of the Day. Half-time in the AFL, Essendon 6-8-44 leading Adelaide 1-3-9, so very similar to this here. According to the weather map, it is 4.6 degrees, feels like 3.2. To me, that means it's 3.2. As we get ourselves set for the second half, it might be 0 by the time it finishes the way we're going. As the umpire puts it into the ground and starts us in the second half, 46 points lead for Frankston. and the Dolphins might break again, although Tom O'Sullivan gets to the front spot, he gets pushed in the back. And we'll take the free kick, Tom O'Sullivan.
Leading the way for Port Melbourne. He's such a good VFL player, Brendan.
Yeah, playing game number 136. Plenty of experience there. Tommy O'Sullivan turned 30 earlier on this year. Drives it towards half forward. Ball knocked to ground by Arthurson. At the back is Holmes. He got dragged off the football. Templeton's there. Guess who's right with him, Styles? Lewis Smith caught, dispossessed. Arthurson in the front spot, slaps it forward. Arriving is Tom O'Sullivan, fed the hand pass back to Wagner. Got bumped out of the way by Newman, but managed to lock it up with his feet. Newman still working hard to get it through, can't do so. And the umpire will have to come in and sort us out.
Great effort to get the ball to 85 metres out from goal by Frankston. Without a possession then, Josh Newman just loving these conditions at ground level.
So ball back up in the air. Berry goes at it for Frankston alongside Hodgkin. Ball to the outer side. Newman. Long ball down the line. Pushed off the man. Good bit of work there from Ethan Phillips, who takes the mark. Directly opposed by Randell, who couldn't get near him in that sense.
Nice intercept there. Look, he's going to look to switch the ball here, is he? No.
No, instead just goes back towards this Brian Mace grandstand. Finds Nash Holmes, who tagged Freeman early on. Didn't really work. Little stab kick and marked on the slide by Eli Templeton. Eli Templeton, of course, formerly of St Kilda. Looks the ball inside. That's a really nice kick. Handball on from O'Sullivan after taking the mark to the runner, who was Corey Wagner. Long ball towards half forward. It's marked inside 50. And a chance for Port Melbourne to get their second goal of the evening.
Clearly the best passage of play for Port Melbourne so far. And again, no surprise that Templeton and Tommy O'Sullivan are involved there. I'd pay some attention to O'Sullivan. He has a chance to really turn this game around.
And this is a big change too. Mick Fletcher-Roberts gone to full forward.
So it's Fletcher-Roberts, who's usually down at the other end of the ground, the former Western Bulldogs Premiership player. Roberts should kick this one. Can he lead from the front? It's just inside the left goal post, and Port Melbourne have their second for the evening. So perhaps the player with the most calibre for Port Melbourne tonight, especially at AFL level, gets the goal there. 2-2-14 Port Melbourne. And Frankston still at 8-6-54 on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard.
Yeah, terrific start, just what Port Melbourne would have wanted, and it's the manner in which they got that goal that would be most pleasing. Winning the ball back across half-back and then being able to move it forward. And the two inside 50s I've had this quarter, both on that occasion, Fletcher-Roberts got back position, the ball went deep, and the first one they got the ball over the back and looked dangerous as well. So looks like that's the way to go for Port Melbourne.
So Ray White Frankston scoreboard shows the Dolphins in ascendancy by 40 points as we tick to the 3-minute mark of the third term. Won by Berry, taken by Templeton. O'Sullivan slipped at the crucial stage. He's going to get caught. Lambert came from a long way back and wrapped him up. Takes the free kick, moves it quickly out towards the wing. 1-2 with Voss. Back into Freeman, who goes short. Lambert gets it back again. He's one that hasn't got into the game yet, Bailey Lambert. His first game back from injury. Sends it back out to Voss a second time. Drives it long and strong inside 50. Begley!
Fantastic kick from Jackson Voss. He's really coming along in the last few games, and Jonty at boundary level, I know you've been pleased with his progress.
Yeah, I have, and got a couple of touches early in this third quarter and just getting on the outside, providing work rate, and obviously able to hit up Begley, who you've been impressed with in this first half.
Yeah, he got the ball to a one-on-one contest. That was important then, and Begley, if he gets his defender in front of him, they're never going to be able to stop him taking that mark.
That was probably the best kick of the night, I reckon, apart from the goals from from Voss. And Begley gets the chainsaw out and kicks the quick reply to the Dolphins. Frankston go to 9-6-60. Port Melbourne 2-2-14. 4 minutes third quarter. Ray White Frankston scoreboard. Begley, the first multiple goal scorer on the ground.
He looks in terrific shape at the moment, Brendan. He's light on his feet. We mentioned he'd only had the 6 possessions, but his work at ground level, he's really bought into the system that Frankston are playing. On that occasion, it was just put down your glasses with the kick from Jackson Voss. Put it to his advantage over the top of his opponent. And a great conversion, and it looks like he's gone to the bag of tricks for his goal celebrations. We've had the double cobra, and now we've had the chainsaw.
Yep. 18 goals for the season now for Josh Begley. 6 in round 1. He's certainly doing his job up forward for the Dolphins.
And Nathan Freeman up to 20 possessions. Jackson Voss at 14 with that nice kick inside 50.
He'd be a contender at the moment, Jackson Voss, I reckon. He's playing a beauty.
So ball back up there in the middle. Port Melbourne needs to find another response. Tap one down perfectly to Newman, who can go inside 50. Cox leading up with the ball, gets there on the bounce, goes back in second, grabs it with the one hand, looks inside, looks to try and find McKay. He couldn't really do much with it though, and there'll be a ball up at half forward for the Dolphins.
He was into his move early, then Cox. If he took that cleanly, he was off to the races.
So again, ball up now at half forward, close to the boundary line. Port Melbourne look to break free. Freeman blocked away by the umpire, who of course couldn't pay a blocking free on himself. As Port Melbourne looks to charge through, handball short, Woofenden. He lays it on the handball chain, working well. Bacon goal square, will it get over the back? The answer's no. Good fist at full-back there to prevent the ball from going over. That was Tyler Young. Ball forward was a poor one, inset marked by Woofenden, who looks to send this one straight back in. He's got options forward of the ball. Leading up at him was Eli Templeton. He was ignored, and so it looks like it'll just be a long kick towards the square. In fact, it does go into the pocket. And mark taken in front of a couple of his teammates at the end was from Pat Kerr, who we talked about off air. Myself and Brendan has been really quiet, the former Carlton listed player, Pat Kerr.
He did kick 4 goals against Frankston in 2019 when he was still at Carlton. He just dominated on that day. He comes from a great lineage of AFL players, and he is a guy, he gets the ball mostly on the lead, Ollie. And on that occasion, I don't think he was a primary target.
Kick 4 in a winning game for the Northern Blues against Collingwood that I saw in 2019 as well, so can
play.
It's a
good kick.
Goes back for his 54th goal in his 38th game. Kerr, it's offline. Horrendously offline. Stays in play, but then again helped over the line. Port Melbourne move to 2-3-15, trailing Frankston 9-6-60 on the Ray White Frankston.
And really
scoreboard.
disappointing that Port Melbourne weren't able to get the goal then, because Fletcher Roberts was leading up for the initial inside 50. If he could have been seen, he would have had an easy shot 30 metres out directly in front.
They'd be pleased with their ball movement early in this quarter. Port Melbourne much more fluent.
They've been improved for sure.
60 plays 15 on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. A massive fly was before acceptances there from Cox.
Yes, never seen a marking contest. He couldn't go for a specky for Brendan. Him and Newman are the Specky brothers.
Yeah, what are they, the Buzz brothers and the Specky brothers?
No, the attempted Speckies it should be, because they're not landing many.
They don't take many. 9-6-2-3. Ball back into play. One down by Flockhart for the Borough. Picked up there at the back by Jansen, who switched to the long sleeves at half-time. Kick goes inside forward 50. Whistle on play.
Yeah,
free kick.
That was there.
Yeah,
it's
definitely
going to the Borough.
Against Max Williams, he tried to shrug him, and he grabbed the jumper, and if you're an umpire and you need a cue...
You see a little stretch there.
Every time that happens, he
and both arms are around the body as well.
And I love the way you call blokes great kicks for goal, Mick, without actually looking at their stats on the sheet.
Well, I just have a long memory, and sometimes stats can be misleading? Brendan, because they don't isolate to set shots. And let me say, is this Patrick Kerr again?
This is Patrick Kerr again. He's kicked 2-9 this season.
He doesn't waste 2 opportunities in a row, Brendan.
Let's see how he goes. Is it 3-9 or is it 2-10? It's 3-9. Mick, we got you on the board. Kerr kicks the goal for Port Melbourne. They've got 2 in the quarter, and the margin comes back to 39 points. Port Melbourne 3-3-21. Frankston 9-6-60. We're about 7 minutes gone in this third quarter for Ray White Frankston.
Yeah, terrific conversion then by Kerr, and he's still a relatively young player in terms of his football experience. He'll be encouraged by that on a night that's not overly suited to big men, but we've seen early in this third quarter 2 strong marks inside 50, so the ball appears to be still in good shape.
Yeah, only 23 at the end of this month, Patrick Kerr, so definitely still young enough to get a chance. Of course, the grandson of Carlton great Laurie Kerr.
Yes, yeah, and what we've found is Frankston have a less defensive position around the ball.
People running everywhere for Frankston, almost got pinged for a 6-6-6. Josh Begley going to contest the ruck.
Oh, well, here we go.
So it's Begley going up. Definitely not a ruck by trade. He's a forward usually, and he wins the tap down. That's not something you expect to see every day. Freeman over the top. Was there a kick in danger there? Yes, there was. But going back to Begley in the ruck,
he might
strike me down.
The Sean Grigg of the VFL.
Yeah, I thought it would have been smarter just not contest and have 4 midfielders, but he said, no, I'll just win the ruck.
Freeman goes forward, looking for the third ruckman in Begley. It won't get through to him. Goes back to try and win it. Helps out Connor Riley. Run down from behind. Good work in the end by Wagner, but couldn't take clean possession of the ball. Over the top was Mentha. Shot on goal. Is it going to come back? Not far enough, and it's through. In fact, it's not through from behind. It's gone out on the full to the left, and Port Melbourne will bring it back in from just around from the left-hand goalpost. Brendan, quick score update in the AFL?
Still half-time in the AFL. Essendon leading Adelaide by 35 points. Ball back in the play. Flying from the back was Jeremy O'Sullivan. Knocked the ball to ground. Quick hand pass out from O'Sullivan. Tom stolen by Riley. Wobbles a kick inside 50. Lands on the lap of Lambert, who doesn't need more than a step. And he only missed it by a 15th. Through for one behind. Frankston 9-7-61. Port Melbourne 3-3-21. 10.5 third quarter. Ray White, Frankston.
Bailey Lambert looking more like the player we've seen early this year in this third quarter.
Ball brought back in by Corey Wagner. Dealt with after he kicked it. Ball forward. Frank's looking to work the ball forward again. Brolick over the top, unable to get there. And an inset mark from Liam Hiscock. Freeman's in the middle again looking for the ball. He led up but was ignored. Hiscock just goes wider, just in front of the Brian Mace grandstand. And Brolick's out here on the wing. Goes forward for Riley. Dropped an absolute soda. Goes back to Brolick, who sends a high up and on the ball inside 50. Fisted away from Port Melbourne, but the ball trickles out of play. Left half forward for the Dolphins.
And that was their best player again.
It was, and we've had lots of enjoyment this year watching Nathan Freeman rack up possessions. And when you watch him live and how he demands the football, you can see why he does get so many.
He's a joy to watch live, isn't he, Mick?
Yeah. So sometimes he calls for it in positions where he shouldn't.
There's never been a position he doesn't think he should get the ball, Brendan.
Exactly right, but yeah, maybe sometimes he might be wrong, but he's still playing great as Voss gets another ball. Up and under inside 50. Here's Mentha with a chance. He doesn't have the footy.
Oh, well
and
done.
He's still going, Mentha. He ended up getting the footy. Handball over the top. McLaughlin kicks the goal. 5 points of that to Jack Mentha.
Fantastic goal. And Jack Mentha, as you mentioned, he's got this really unique ability to run at full pace while bending over for the footy. On that occasion, he appealed for the free kick, but he kept going, kept his feet. And where you'd expect him to have a sort of a snap-on goal, he gave off the handball for an easy goal.
You don't see that very often, do you? If a forward goes playing for the free kick, they usually stop and look at the umpire, but he's got his arms out looking for the free kick, but he's still going after the next possession. That takes a lot of discipline.
It does, and I'm really pleased for him, Jonty, down on the boundary. Jack Mentha's really found his DNA again the last few weeks.
Yeah, after spending some time out of the side, Jack Mentha has looked really good. We watched him against Collingwood. He showed some glimpses, and he's built on that and got better each week that he's been back in.
Frankston 10-7-67, Port Melbourne 3-3-21, heading towards 13 minutes in the third quarter on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. 2 goals to Brodie McLaughlin.
So ball back in the middle as Frankston on fire. Port Melbourne can't stop them. This one should be called back, you'd think. In fact, it's not. Easy tap for Rendell in the ruck. Cox breaks free. Long ball, top of the square. One-on-one contest at full forward. Brought to ground. Lambert tries to get there. Good tackle from behind. Olivia pushing them back. Brendan Rhodes certainly thought so, but in the end the umpire didn't. It will be balled up just on the top of the square.
Yeah, lucky not to give away a free kick there, Lambert, I thought.
It looks dangerous, McLaughlin. Oh, someone's been dumped off the footy.
Free kick to Port Melbourne.
Against Gus Styles, he was trying to get a block on his opponent, Eli Templeton.
So Templeton will take the free kick at the top of the defensive goal square. In fact, it is Holmes. Thanks, Mick. Holmes drives it out towards halfback Flockhart. Good effort, gets front on contact and earns the free kick.
Sorry, Brendan, I just had a RPP lister say that Ollie sounds like Hugh Grant.
Never.
He doesn't look like Hugh Grant.
Never.
Thanks for the feedback to our loyal listeners.
Flockhart drives the ball long down the wing over the head of Jeremy O'Sullivan. Young, caught by Templeton, dispossessed, picked up by Kane, grabbed by the leg, umpire said play on. Tom O'Sullivan couldn't get a handle on the football.
Just want to touch on Jackson Voss. We've spoken to him a couple of times this quarter. He's got really good craft. He's not a big midfielder, but he's got the ability in these conditions to get the ball on his boot very quickly and get distance.
Now we've seen that a couple of times as he's gone inside 50.
The jungle drums are beating on the Can Hill. Great to hear as O'Sullivan got it across to Jansen. Goes short, that's good vision, and the pass was nice. Kick from Holmes inside forward 50. Kerr has it knocked away from him. Brought out of defence by the Dolphins. That was by Lloyd, who went short to Newman, who plays on quickly. Little toe poke, bounces in front of Voss and goes through him. Lambert tries to shrug the tackle. Rendell's under the pump, gets away from Lewis Smith. Fed it out to open space. Lloyd from one direction.
Straight
leaves
off the
it
bench.
for Freeman off the bench, who steps around one. That was classy. Freeman pumps it long down towards half forward. Big fly through the hands it goes of McLaughlin. Still a chance here for the Dolphins. Cracker gets body on Jansen and sees it over the line.
Just want to touch on Joe Lloyd as well. Probably his best game at the level so far. He's looked a lot more composed with the footy than he has in his previous games, Mick.
Yes, he has, and an interesting, a big collision from Perry Lewis-Smith on Josh Newman there. Both players on opposite sides play for Mornington as their local club down in the peninsula.
As the ball's back in, over the head eventually of both Ruckman, but the Borough have got the ball forward. Should be chopped off, and it is. It's now with Brolick. Looks to go wide, and that's a good kick. Uncontested mark here on the far side for Newman. Looks to bring the ball back inside. Poor ball, should have been marked, instead spoil away. That could be costly. Handball, Cox on the boundary. Goes for goal! And fights it with a cracking kick! Cox from the boundary! Absolutely wonderful! We know what he's capable of, but he surprises us every week. 10-7-67 are the Dolphins leading the Borough 3-3-21. That was sublime from Mitch Cox.
Mick O'Neill, he's 24. Where's he been hiding?
Well, he's a
He's
ripper.
been here, but
Mitch
where's
Cox,
he been hiding?
he hasn't always been in the best shape when he's been down here at Frankston, but the work he's put in the last 2 years, I'm looking up in the grandstand here, Paul Amy going to the tweet already. He's a big fan of Mitch Cox.
Why wouldn't you be?
He's just
could
got so
not
many.
love him.
He's got so many tools in his toolkit. He's classy. He finishes well. He's strong in the contest. And what he's done, Brendan, with just sheer hard work in the last 2.5 years, he's built himself a tank to allow himself to compete at this level.
11-7-73 lead, 3-3-21.
And goes again.
AFL recruiters could do a lot worse the way he's playing at the moment. Newman kicks inside forward, 50. Oh, one hand, Begley! The party tricks are coming everywhere now for Frankston. And Josh Begley will kick from 50 directly in front.
He should go back and have a shot here. This is definitely in his wheelhouse, the kick from 50. But great craft again from Mitch Cox. I speak about him. He's got really, really good skills into the clearance.
Oh, there's the set play. Mentha takes the mark, 30 metres out, directly in front, and he'll go back and shoot for the goal.
I can't believe we missed that one, Brendan, but we might start...
You turned your back on it. You gave it up.
I did, and maybe we start asking for donations every time they hit that play, because then we'll have a great commentator's end-of-year trip.
Oh, my word, we will. So, this is Jack Mentha, 30 metres out, looking for his second goal, and straight through the middle it goes. It's party time for the Dolphins. They go to 12-7-79. Port Melbourne 3-3-21. 58 points the margin, 18 minutes third quarter for Ray White Frankston.
And what a fantastic response from Frankston. We spoke about how Port Melbourne got some ascendancy early in this third quarter, and their ball movement's been much better, led by Tommy O'Sullivan. But Frankston now with 4 goals for the quarter. They've been very efficient inside 50, and the conversion has been strong again this week.
And showing a willingness to put in a 4-quarter performance and hopefully really put this Port Melbourne side away from a Frankston perspective.
As it stands, 4 goals in every quarter so far, and there's still plenty of time for them to get more.
It's so cold here, our producer Peter Susovic is warming his hands on the TV screen.
He was wearing a single summer shirt when I arrived. He's bloody mad.
He's crazy, he's sus, but don't we love it? As Port Melbourne look to get it out the middle this time, they do so on the edge of their attacking 50. They look to get the ball forward. Clever soccer off the ground it was by Anastasio, but it didn't work out for him. Williams breaks free off half-back, and a good overhead mark as Frankston looks to break free. Chipping ball wide is looking for Stern, part of the Buzz brothers. Freeman, again, he's everywhere. He should get the 1-2. He does with Riley. Now with Mitch Cox. Long ball inside 50. Very good delivery. Unable to get through. Stern missed the pickup. Lambert on the outside. Goes in board, but that handball wasn't one of his best. Good pressure again from Frankston, but it's high up and in the air. Cox looks to sit underneath it and take it. It's with Jack Berry. Can Newman keep it in? He can. Check side from the boundary. That was oh so clever. Towards centre half forward. Out the back. Mentha, will he keep it on? Not quite.
Crashes into the behind post, but
desperation.
Yeah. Well played by Josh Newman then. He was hemmed in on his left foot, went for the right foot check side and got into a dangerous position.
It's down to 3 degrees and it's working its way through my 3 layers of clothing, I can promise you. and it's only getting colder. Ball back into play. One down by Rendell. Jansen fed the hand pass up to Reed. Kicked out to open space. Gives his teammate a chance to run onto it. That's Lewis Smith.
Well played.
Backs it out of mid-air. Gets it up towards the wing. Taken back by Loughnan to Styles. Ran off Templeton to Brolick. Kicks inside 50, but Reed's back there and takes a safe mark for the Borough.
So Reed at centre half back. Goes laterally. And successful in finding the uncontested mark target. They're just working the ball forward here. The Borough. Ball into the middle. Nice kick from O'Sullivan into Corey Wagner. Looks for Perry Lewis Smith. Finds him. Part of that Pines Premiership team. Way back when in that after the siren win against Sorrento in the NPNFL. But poor kick in the end was chopped off by Liam Hiscock.
Perry Lewis Smith was trying to do the right thing by Eli Templeton and getting him an easy kick there, but that was easily picked off.
Josh Newman free on that outer wing.
Stern, bowl kick into the middle, finds Voss. And now they're on the outer side here. Real chance with Newman, takes a bounce, runs inside 50, goes for home, and gets it there! Newman with a captain's goal, and that's about as good as you'll see all night. Frankston 13-7-85, lead the Borough 3-3-21 rather. They're called the Port Melbourne Borough, but they could do with a Borough to hide in at the moment.
Oh, quality work, and even quality work from Johnny Ralph Smith over there. Great to have you on the other side of the ground to see that coming a mile away.
I don't know how he found that much space, possibly coming off the interchange bench. I didn't notice it. I just looked up and he had 30 metres of space, and Jackson Voss able to get into the middle of the ground and kick it to him, and he's able to finish truly. It turned to the crowd, and didn't they love it?
It's the only way. He had to have come off the bench.
Yeah.
Well, it's a terrific kick right in front of us from Josh Stern, who's an improving player for Frankston. He took, as we see, the Port Melbourne ruckman.
They're caught out this way.
But Josh Stern's kick into the middle of the ground was the one that opened up all the space.
Yeah.
And Jackson Voss again, he knew Newman was there as well and turned quickly, and there we go.
And now we're going to have a 6-6-6 warning as Jolly decides before the bounce to run off to the bench, which leaves Port Melbourne. No, it was 9. I think it's 19 on the ground.
Yes.
Was it 1, 2, 3, 4? No, there's only 5 down the other end. So they had 7 in their defensive 50. So it'll be a warning.
No.
Is it the second warning?
Port already had one earlier on.
So it'll be the second warning. So it'll be a free kick to Frankston, and the player coming off the bench to replace Jolly has to go down into the forward line.
And then the free kick will be given once he's set up for the 6-6-6.
Now it's given, much to the delight of the Can Hill.
And very clever by Connor Riley then reading the play.
He waited long, didn't he? Riley goes down to full forward. Big pack to fly. Ground level ball, whistle. Frankston free kick. Holding in the marking contest.
Josh Begley, what's he going to the toolkit for this time, Brendan?
Well,
we've had the double cobra, the chainsaw.
Well, what have we got?
We might go the sprinkler.
Sprinkler, the army salute maybe. Let's see.
He's got to kick the goal first, mate.
Well, he certainly does.
It just continues a very impressive quarter for Frankston, and Port Melbourne looked in disarray then with their positioning, didn't they?
Josh Begley, 2 goals won so far tonight. 30 metres out, close enough to direct in front. Bow and arrow. We didn't call that one.
Wow.
Frankston doing as they please here at Skybar Stadium, and they lead by more than 10 goals. Can you believe it? 14-7-91 to 3-3-21. It's a 70-point ball game on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. If I didn't have to keep talking, I'd be speechless.
And Xavier Dursum has just texted in and he's asked for royalties from Josh Begley for that celebration. But Jonty Ralsmith, we discussed at half-time whether Frankston had the killer instinct and could put the foot down and really ran this victory home. It's been an impressive third quarter.
They need this. They need this, Jonty. They entered the game with a percentage of about 85. They've really got to build it up, and this is doing just that.
Yeah, it just cancels out one of those really big losses they had against Williamstown or Footscray earlier in the year.
Ball back up in the middle. Going up is Rendell. He won it down again. Of course he did. Riley under real pressure in the end from Wagner. Double teamed and couldn't break free. So there'll be a ball up inside the centre square.
Rendell into the ruck here.
So he goes up again against Flockhart this time, who's been good in a losing cause. Hodges the late in. Unable to really do much with that. Free kick whistle on play, pushing the back
Bailey
to
Lambert.
Frankston. Lambert's been impressive, hasn't he? Mixon's coming back in. I know Jonty's favourite. He's quick again to send the ball inside 50. Fisted away in the end from Declan Watson. And the ball out of play right half forward for the Dolphins, about 40 out from their goal.
And how much of the crowd getting into this quarter? They're really relishing these nights on the hill at Frankston, and not so much just the occasion, the performance from Frankston's so impressive.
And we heard from David Friend at halftime as well, and the celebrations from Josh Begley are just assisting that.
I wish we were over that side of the ground on the Can Hill, as Flockhart won the tap down for Port Melbourne. Still a chance here, as Mentha can't keep it in on this occasion, and it goes over for a throw in.
Really impressed with that. I mentioned at halftime the selection of the 4 small forwards. They're all contributing at ground level. The pressure's relentless from those small forwards.
Remember, there's still players that can come back into this team. You're not going to get Will Fordham back, of course, Frankston, but there's some other very good players that can come back into the team if they get in.
I'm not sure about the seriousness of Sam Fletcher's injury, but I know that he isn't on crutches anymore, so that's a step forward in his recovery.
We haven't seen Ben Jacobs yet this year either, have we?
I don't think we'll see him, Mick.
No, and I'm just looking over here. Jack Mentha, one of those small forwards we mentioned, he's
got a free kick.
Free kick for holding the ball and getting the cheers from the hill as a result.
And you called it perfectly. He's just built on that form since he came back into the side, and he's looking really good tonight. Probably his best match for the season.
Yeah, I would think so.
I reckon he could have been best on ground if he kicked straight last week.
So Mentha from the angle will look to kick on goal. It's to the right. That's a really poor kick by his standards. It's lucky to score. Frankston moved to 14-8-92, leading the Borough 3-3-21 as they bring it back into play, the visitors. Probably one of Gary Ayres' worst performances he's been a part of in his tenure.
No question about that.
As the mark has taken overhead, a strong mark, uncontested, but Gary Ayres seeking to potentially his lowest ebb since leading the Borough. Since 2008 he's been in charge. As Frankston look to get another one on the scoreboard. Clever little underground ball, the handball onto Riley. He has a bounce, kicks towards full forward, out the back. McLaughlin couldn't get there. Nice sidestep, clever little kick looking for Mentha, but it was too cute at the end and marked by Fletcher Roberts.
Roberts goes short and playing on Jeremy O'Sullivan's got himself under pressure. Hodges provides the support, gives it back to O'Sullivan. They're in trouble now. O'Sullivan, Tom, stolen by Cracker. Short ball, mark taken. Newman points towards the goals. And, well, I'm running out of superlatives for how good this performance is from Frankston. And by contrast, how bad it is from Port Melbourne, Mick O'Neill. We'll get your thoughts on that after this kick from Josh Newman, who's kicked 2 goals. He's looking for number 3. So Newman from right on the 50. He's got good hit on it. Has it hold its line? Not quite. It's through for 1 behind. So 2 goals, 1 for Josh Newman tonight. Frankston go to 14-9-93. Port Melbourne 3-3-21. 28 minutes gone. Ray White, Frankston scoreboard in the 3rd quarter.
Newman up to 24, equal with Freeman for most possessions on the ground. Good mark by Port Melbourne.
Yeah, Rendell knew it. It's Flockhart's ball.
So, of course, this could well be potentially Frankston's first 100-point win in a long while. Brendan, obviously, you're the most seasoned out of the 3 of us on this side.
You're not going to ask me to answer that question.
How long?
What was that?
How long when the last 100-point win for Frankston?
Oh, Ollie, as
Michael Robinson, are you listening?
Frankston supporters around us
he will know.
They haven't anticipated that question in a long time. They're just happy to get the 4 points, Ollie.
Robbo would know. Flick him a message.
If we've got a chance, just send us a message as Riley looks to find it. Somehow gets his way out of there. How did he do it? No one knows. Out the back to Voss. Back of the pack, and it's a poor kick, probably out of bounds on the full, and it is.
First one he's had tonight, I think, Jackson Voss.
I'll have that for you by the end of 3/4 time, Ollie.
Brilliant.
As the ball comes back into play and Nash Holmes takes the mark.
It continues to be Frankston's ability to pressure the opponents that's so impressive about tonight's performance, whether it be in the air or we see there Newman with an intercept.
Newman goes inboard to Brolick. Magnificent tonight already. He goes short, finds Stern, across to Arthurson. Can't find a bad player, although Arthurson's made a mess of that, and then Walker overran it and left it behind. Lambert, he's caught.
I think that's Gus Stiles.
The other long sleeve player there. Yes, Lambert's at centre half forward, so it was Gus Stiles. 72 points the margin for Frankston.
Tommy O'Sullivan up to 19 possessions. Nash home with 15 for Port Melbourne.
Berry won it down. Newman breaks, left it behind, has to go back again. Managed to slap it onto Riley. Just goes with a barrel inside 50. Good effort, McLaughlin. Couldn't take the mark. Mentha tries to step through, tries to milk the free kick. He tried to milk a high tackle, but Cameron Hodges was up to the task, and he gets rewarded with holding the ball.
Tough call that. I don't think he had prior, and he's come up hobbling Jonty.
Hodges brings it out towards the wing. Brought to ground there by Arnott. Turnover time. Voss to Loughnan. Kicks inside 50.
He's clever, Stern.
One-on-one chance. He'll get a free kick.
He's very clever.
He basically ran underneath the trailing arm of Kyle Reid and put it on his shoulder.
Not much known in the VFL about this young fella, Josh Stern, but we mentioned last week I think he kicked 55 goals in the Sydney competition in 2019. He's a very small forward, but he's got tricks.
Averages nearly 2 goals a game at this level too for the Swans and Sydney Uni.
He knows how to fashion himself in a marking contest. Often he'll push his player under it, but on that occasion got the free kick.
As I said, he basically just ran into a position where Reid's arm landed on his shoulder, and he kicks the goal. Stern adds his name to the score sheet, and the Dolphins lead by 78 points in the shadows of three-quarter time. It is 15-9-99. Port Melbourne 3-3-21 on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. And
it's a 7-goal quarter for Frankston to 2 goals to Port Melbourne.
Wow.
Port Melbourne kicked the first goal. I think they kicked 2 of the first 3 this quarter, but since then, Frankston have banged on 6 unanswered goals, I think. Yeah. And they're running away with this. Great to see Stern get some reward there. He had a potential shot on goal from the boundary earlier. He passed inside and turned it over. He's very unselfish, but he's fitting in nicely into this team.
Of course, we've got stats that we wanted to read out. The last time that the first time they had 100 points in a while, Frankston was at Arden Street earlier in the year.
That's when they kicked 100 points.
Kicked 100 points, not won by 100 points. They won by 65, and it looks like they're going to usurp that tonight. As they look to get another one on the board potentially. Over the top of the ball was Newman. As they've won well there, but I believe that's Lewis Smith underneath all that for Port Melbourne. Shouts holding the ball, unrewarded. Williams goes back to find it. Will he do so? Kick inside 50.
Get up!
That shape again behind the footy, really well done. Jonty Ralph Smith, how is Jack Mentha coming off the ground?
Yeah, Jack Mentha just looked really sore, just clutching at his knee, so I'll keep an eye on that one for you.
Loughnan has it at centre-half back for Frankston. He heads back across to where it started. Freeman changes his mind at the last second. Now he just dodges and weaves. He's going to get done here if he's not quick.
And that was Felix Flockhart. He manages Felix Flockhart at Connors Sports, able to corral him.
Oh, to corral, he did very well, Flockhart, and probably should have got a free kick. It came towards the wing, juggled and marked by Hiscock right in front of us under the Brian Mace grandstand.
Rendell the long option here, but he's looking inside.
He wants to move it quick. Time might run out. Long ball down towards the forward pocket. Rendell knocked it to ground. Trying to go through was Lambert. Can he feed it out? He can. Rendell. Hand pass into the pocket. Reid arrives. He's worked hard all night. Strong tackle laid by McLaughlin. And it'll be a ball up about 30 metres around from the Frankston goal. 33 and a half minutes gone in the third quarter. 78 points the margin for the Dolphins.
You're trying. Oh, there we go. I was going to say late in the quarter you try and play some tricks here at that stoppage, and that's not a conventional way to get the kick on goal, but Bailey Lambert is a very good shot for goal, and having a shot from the Mitch Cox pocket.
Right on the fence, about as on the fence as you can get. Left half forward will have to be his best from here, one would assume, although he's capable.
It's kickable. It's the shallowest pocket on the ground.
It's Lambert. It looks like a good kick off the boot. It'll fade to the right, and it's just over. So 100 points up. Frankston can raise the bat. They're 15, 10, 100. Right on the siren. So Frankston, 15, 10, 100. In fact, was that behind Given? It's not been put on the scoreboard, so they may well still be 15-9.
I'm sure they've scored.
It looked like they have. Yeah, they have.
Yes.
It's gone on the scoreboard. 15-10, 100. Playing the Port Melbourne Borough, who've been really poor tonight. 3-3-21. It's a 79-point lead, and they deserve all of it, Frankston. They've been all over the visitors tonight, and it's no more than they deserve, Brendan Rhodes.
Exactly right. I've never seen Frankston play this well. I've never seen Port Melbourne play this badly. It's just dumbfounding how much of a gap has opened up between these two teams. Remember, Frankston, the reigning wooden spooners, with just one win in 2019, a season where Port Melbourne made another final series. I think they were unlucky to go out in the first week of the finals, and premiers as recently as 2017. They are still a much better team than they are producing tonight. But what they're producing tonight just does not, you just can't compute. It doesn't resonate with anything that I've ever seen from the Port Melbourne Football Club.
No, and I'm sure Jonty
Smith
will point out shortly that I did tip Port Melbourne before the game, but there was genuine...
I nearly did.
There was genuine reason for that. So it really is a tale of two stories here. How impressive, as you mentioned, how impressive Frankston have been.
They have been as bad as Frankston has been good.
Yeah, it's hard to... And I listened to Gary Ayres before the game. He said they can't make the finals this year, so clearly they've
the cues in the rack, yep.
They've taken a view to next year, and they've blooded some young guys. But interestingly, he spoke about the challenge for standalone players coming back out of the COVID break, and the fact that he sensed maybe a little lack of motivation. It's just hard. We're perplexed.
Yeah. We've just. I'm sure you can tell it in our voices that we've got no idea what we're watching out here.
If we look at the statistics and the inside 50s are now 43 to Frankston, 23 to Port Melbourne, and Frankston are a traditionally low inside 50 team. They average about 35. They're just dominating in that sense. We spoke about Jack Berry dominating hitouts of 37 to 27. But it's the simple statistics. You look at 178 kicks to Frankston, 121 to Port Melbourne.
That is very, very low, 120 kicks in 3 quarters.
Frankston have had 89 handballs to 91 for Port Melbourne, so their kick-to-handball ratio is very low for Port Melbourne. And what that is doing, because Frankston's pressure on the ball is so strong, each time they feed off a handball, it's just inviting the next wave of pressure to come. So we spoke at halftime in depth about the fact that Gary Ayres would want to turn things around. We spoke about Frankston's ability to get that spare defender behind the ball. And the more we watch in that third quarter, Brendan, the more I think it's a work rate situation. We watched off the ball on one of their forays forward. We saw Liam Hiscock charging through the middle of the ground to get back to help his defender and be that last guy in line. I've seen Brolick continuously mopping up across half-back. Max Williams has started to really impact on the ball. So I think we need to focus on the positive for Frankston. You look at the stats, they've had 70 marks to 43. And all those stats do is just reaffirm the scoreboard dominance that they've got at the moment.
Yeah, no question about that. What we might do, we'll go and hear from some of our fantastic sponsors. TV Magic, Bendigo Bank, Woolworths, Coringal Hub, Ray White, Frankston, all do a great job to make sure we get on air. Frankston 15-10-100 after 7-4 to 2-1 in that third quarter, leading Port Melbourne 3-3-21. Brendan Rhodes, Mick O'Neill, Ollie Walker-Peel and Johnny Ralph Smith back with you shortly on RPPFM, your Peninsula footy.
It's 2021 and RPPFM rocks back into sport on the Mornington Peninsula and Frankston with a new season and a new competition. We're live with VFL East Coast action. And for a 34th award-winning year, we're back with NP NFL local footy, NPCA cricket and NPBR bowls, all here, all live. Our very own local sporting community network, RPPFM, made local right here.
There's a quiet revolution happening on the rooftops of Australia. And at Solarheart, we're proud to be leading the charge. One home, one family, one solar panel at a time. Helping smart Aussies make a real difference to the planet. Cutting their energy bills and connecting them to their smart energy future. Get smart. Get Solarheart.
More and more people with a taste for quality are shopping at Eliza Meats. Kevin and his lean team pride themselves on the finest cuts. From juicy steaks and roasts to high-grade mince and sausages, and Eliza Meats are the gourmet specialists. Inquire about Eliza Meats Spitfire. Phone 9787 4473 for a mouth-watering meal fit for a king. It's all at Eliza Meats. See our sponsor Kevin at Eliza Meats, 112B Mount Eliza Way, a station sponsor. Do you have TV antenna or reception issues? Need to warm out your TV or want extra TV or data points? Then talk to TV Magic, Frankston and the Peninsula. TV Magic are your local TV and antenna specialists. We look after everything: TV, home theatre, satellite, plus all electrical work. Visit us at tvmagic.com.au or contact Clint for a free quote on 0484 395 555. TV Magic. We make all your TV problems disappear. A station sponsor.
Welcome back to Skybar Stadium. Jonty Ralph Smith on the boundary line.
Yeah, the forwards coach for Frankston just really happy with their desperation and hunger around the ball in that third quarter. And obviously, I wasn't able to hear Danny Ryan's message, but I'm sure it would have just been to go for one more quarter and try to get this margin as high as it can be, continue their dominance.
14th of May 2006, Frankston beat Port Melbourne by 107 points. So that's probably the most recent one against anyone, but we'll get to find that one out if we can, as the ball goes to half forward for the Borough and ends up in a ball up about 48 metres out from their goal.
Good start for Port Melbourne, getting the clearance.
So Berry in the ruck, up against Hodgkin. Berry slapped it down, whistle on play, holding free kick goes to Port Melbourne, and it'll be taken by Hodgkin, who goes long and high towards full forward, and there's holding again. This time it's going to the Dolphins.
Liam Hiscock with the free kick here. As honest as they come as a defender, Hiscock.
Did he get another knock tonight,
I think
Jonty, or did he just like wearing the headband?
No.
Last week?
He definitely started with the headband on.
He might have got stitches last week that he's protecting.
That was my thinking as well.
As the ball came out towards half-back. Dolphins trying to break clear. Jolly lays a strong tackle.
Be interested to see what the message was from Gary Ayres. We see Nathan Freeman's lined up on the wing. Anastasio is opposed to him. I think they've thrown the tag away.
Yeah, he hasn't been near it really tonight, has he? Anastasio, as Wagner, I should say, kicks inside 50. Two Borough players have crashed into each other, and they're both down, Kane and Roberts.
I actually thought there was a free kick for one of them.
Kane and Kerr, in fact.
Yeah, there was a definite push, which pushed one player into the other. So unlucky Port Melbourne.
Oh, and he's up sore to Patrick Kerr. He has had some leg problems.
Yeah, that looks ugly.
Ball up, one down by Berry, trying to go through Templeton. Toe poked away by Berry to Arthurson, who kicks in towards halfback. Clever knock on from Begley. Loughnan. Mentha tried to slap it forward. Now he toe pokes it forward. Coming from the other direction was the Borough player, and away they go. They are well and truly out again. McLaughlin's a chance, tracking it back towards the pocket. Can he get it to sit up? Reed's running him down. Steps around, hooks around. Reed got a hand on it, and it is off hands. Well done, Kyle Reed. Ran hard. He's been close to his team's best player tonight, along with Tom O'Sullivan.
And Connor Riley had a big hand in that with the burst through the stoppage. He's been good the last month with that sort of stuff.
15-11, 101 Dolphins, 3-3, 21 Borough. 2.5 final quarter. Ray White, Frankston.
Kerr coming off the ground. I see there, Jonty. Keep an eye on him.
Yep.
As they go again across full-back, marked by Kyle Reed. Looks to go out to the far side. Will it be out of bounds on the full?
Ooh.
I don't think so. That was a very, very good mark taken by Anastasio, who has been quiet. Drop mark end should have been taken. Over the top is Wagner looking to make it work. Can't do so. Was there a hold off the ball? There was. And just as Mitch Cox was about to give away the 50 for booting the ball into oblivion.
He's angry at the moment, Eli Templeton.
So Templeton goes long. Arthurson is in the one-on-one. Brought down to ground by his opponent in Walker. And there'll be a ball up just in an attacking sense for Port Melbourne, just forward of halfway.
There's no Frankston player out there. It almost seems like it's a selection criteria that they're all willing to tackle. It's a real highlight of their team play at the moment.
So Berry won the tap down and they're away again. Riley just hanks it on the boot and reefs it inside 50. McLaughlin makes the spoil, knocks it away. And unable to pick it up was Cracker as it trickles over the line in front of the pod.
Developing nicely, McLaughlin, as he's now playing as the one-out key forward. Got some really nice tricks as a forward.
Very vocal at three-quarter time, Braden McLaughlin.
So Robbo right on the money. He says that win against Port Melbourne is the most recent 100-point margin. As a free kick gets picked up here, the umpire hits the deck. Newman hit the deck.
That's Eli Templeton. He's lucky he's not going in the book there. That was a...
Well, he did go in the book against Williamstown 2 weeks ago and got off with a fine.
Yeah, he's frustrated by the tag of
and that was
Gus
the
Styles. He's had the 12 possessions, which is...
Oh, and he's been bowled again, and it's on. He's very frustrated, Templeton. Newman is on the deck. He's been decked a second time by Eli Templeton. As I said, he did it to Daly Andrews 2 weeks ago as well and got a fine out of it. Now they've players come from everywhere, and it gets thrown out of there by Arthurson.
It wouldn't be a Frankston game without a bit of a fracas, and we see
Wagner's dragging Templeton out of the middle of that.
30 players in the fight, and Brody McLaughlin's having a shot on goal here on a 45-degree angle, 30 metres out.
From the downfield free kick. And McLaughlin comes in and kicks a behind.
Brendan, you might know, but how is that not 50-metre penalty and not a goal shot from the top of the goal square?
Yeah, it should
be. Because he'd already played on and been called to play on. Okay. That's why it's a downfield free kick rather than a 50. We'll get the scoreboard shortly, but things just threatening to boil over as Kane, well, almost did enough to get that mark. Umpire said play on. Brolick taps it through. Freeman receives the handball, goes back to Brolick, back further to Arthurson. He's got loose men everywhere that he could go to. He decides to kick to a contest instead. Big fly from the back came from McLaughlin. Anastasio under the pump worked over the line by Stern, and we'll have a throw in.
Now I'm looking for Eli Templeton. Did they give him? I know he's out there, and he's... Oh! That's silly play, that.
That's Nash Holmes who's bowled over Styles this time.
So clearly some instructions been given that to protect Eli Templeton. Gus Styles, that was a... off the ball, not expecting the contact. Things are sort of unravelling a little bit here, aren't they?
Yeah, I'd say that, sorry, Ollie. They've obviously got sick of Styles, whether he's been right on Templeton all night. He kicks inside 50. Menthers with a chance. We'll keep talking about it in a second. We'll have a ball goes out of bounds here. Sorry, Ollie. Yeah, it's just they're very, very interesting. They obviously feel that Styles' tagging tactics have not been to the letter of the law.
No, he's just a run-with player. I think it's a combination of the scoreboard and then the frustration of Templeton.
Not being able to get near it.
Billy Mackay going nicely in this last quarter. Very good in close he is.
Stern a chance, working his way through here.
Mitch Cox gets
Cox
the free.
He pushed, he earned it, he played for it, and he won it.
Yeah.
And Mitch Cox will line up for goal to make it an 87-point ball game. Now, as I was trying to say before, that 107-point margin against Port Melbourne in 2006, the most recent century victory. The last one here, 96 points against Sandringham in round 11, 2013. Well done, Robbo. We knew you'd be on the money.
And plenty of verbal going on there between Templeton and Mitch Cox. Cox needs to convert this before he goes and has another word with him.
Let's see what happens if he does kick the goal, which he does. And he just puts up the fist and enjoys it a lot. And Frankston are answering every challenge thrown at them. The Dolphins 16-12, 108. Port Melbourne 3-3-21 on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. And that is yet another goal for the Dolphins.
3 goals to Mitch Cox to go with his 26 possessions. Josh Newman leading the way with 28. And Josh Newman, sorry, John.
$200 is a big shop.
Upended a couple of times, Josh Newman, and the Frankston players are very protective of him.
Not much to celebrate or anything like that for Port Melbourne, but some good news is that Patrick Kerr was moving freely on the boundary line. He's just come back onto the ground, gone up forward for Port Melbourne, so good to see that he's okay.
So ball back in the middle, Frankston hold a massive, massive lead here to the tune of 87 points here at Skybox Stadium.
They've been good, your mates, the umpires tonight, Mick. That's, I think, the first recall bounce all night.
Mick, Nick and Michael, the umpires, and we must make a concerted effort to give their full names each week, but they're doing a terrific job.
What we need is the umpires to let us see the appointments so we know who's doing those games.
That's true.
It's good work in the middle there from Wagner to spin away from the tackle. It's over the back. Over the ball now is Lloyd for Frankston. Now out on the far side, the ball evades Connor Riley. Port Melbourne just tapping the ball and soccering it to nowhere. Wagner's on it again. Short ball, did it go 15? Umpire says no. Walker, is he tackled? And free kick going to
out of bounds on
Frankston,
the full, I think.
Yeah, he was going to pay. Was he going to pay a sling tackle? I think he was going to pay holding the ball anyway.
The boundary umpire signalled out on the full.
As the ball goes short, Arthurson should mark.
Just pointing out the strength, Ollie, of Frankston's side. You've got Freeman or Cox plus Connor Riley on the wings. They're all so fit as players and so prolific with finding the footy. It's a real advantage for Frankston. As we see Gus Styles with the ball in front of the hill.
So Styles, on the far side, goes long down the line, up and under ball, and a good mark taken overhead.
Fletcher Roberts.
So it is Fletcher Roberts, Bulldog Premiership player. The highest accolade any player can win is a flag, and he's done it in 2016. Great tackle, will go rewarded. Umpire says no, as Frankston looks to work the ball forward yet again. Through Loughnan, his ball was chopped off, and Port Melbourne can move the other way.
And Wagner takes the mark, gives the hand pass off to Tom O'Sullivan. Back over his shoulder to Jolly. Fed it back inboard. Dispossessed was Newman. Going Begley. He's in trouble here, Begley. They said he just got a kick away. I'm not so sure about that. Jolly back to Wagner. His kick up and under through the night sky. And courage from Brolick. Didn't get paid the mark as he was had his pack crashed by Phillips, who's gone forward as well now after starting at fullback. Hand pass over the top. Voss fed it through. Jolly goes low. Probably should have got a free kick. Umpire said no. Stern goes off the ground. They're away again. Clever. Cracker chips in towards half forward. Mentha too far out to score. Flockhart gets there to get on the mark. Sets up to the man on the lead. McLaughlin closing speed. Came nicely from Roberts. Begley's at the back. Hooks it back. Doesn't hit Lambert. Now he's under the pump. Hodges did well with a couple to beat on the line. Fed a little hand pass through. Spent before he had it, did Roberts. Now they're under the pump. Good enough kick out of there, was it? Umpire says out of bounds on the full. And it's going to come back.
Mitch Cox would be around this somewhere, wouldn't he?
Hodges did well there, but Roberts probably panicked a little bit. Plays on quickly.
Newman.
Flying shot at goal. Newman for goal number 4. Misses everything. Goal number 3 he's looking for, I apologise.
Yeah, it wouldn't be many times in his career when he's kicked 3 goals, so he'll be keen to get on the scoreboard again, Josh Newman, but leading the way as always.
16-12, 108 Frankston, 3-3-21 Port Melbourne, 11.5 gone final quarter.
It's Begley with 3 and Newman with 2. For Frankston, it's tapped over the head. Port trying to charge through and add some respectability on the scoreboard. It's not looking very respectable for the men in red and blue at the moment. With the answer again, Frankston. Brolick slips, somehow gets a handball away. He found Tyler Young, who's been quiet tonight. Ball chipped up towards half forward. Sweeping over the ball is Stern. Does well. Looks the ball inside 50. Overhead mark not quite taken. Great tackle in the end there from Rendell, the ruckman. Ball breaks loose. As a ton of Port Melbourne players get over the ball for tackle, and there's going to be a ball just outside 50 for Frankston.
He just accelerates into contact, Newman. His courage is off the charts.
So ball up just outside 50. But they weren't able to get the ball forward. Another stoppage.
So it's I think it's a goal apiece in this last quarter. We're sort of approaching the halfway mark of the quarter, so things have settled down a little bit after the fireworks.
Mentha wants the ball over the top. He gets it. He's right on the boundary. And the chipping ball just lands inside. No, it doesn't. It goes out of bounds on the full, in fact. Just round from the left-hand goal post from where we see it.
Comes up hobbling there, Mentha, but he's a farmer by trade, so he'll be a tough guy.
That was good pressure by Wagner, actually. He hasn't given up. As Woofenden marks the kicking, gave it off to Jolly, brings it up down towards the wing. Just got rid of his man nicely, did Lloyd. Brolick waited for Arthurson, fed it to him on the left. Inboard to Freeman, another disposal for him. He's done well again, Nathan Freeman. Brolick has been fantastic with all the goals at the other end. Brolick has also got himself into contention for that Woolworths-Karingal hub, I reckon. It's a tough call tonight for Mick O'Neill as Brolick brings it up towards half forward. Big pack to fly at the back. Begley, oh, he was away, but then he ran straight into two Borough boys, and they got him.
Good tackling there, and he backed his ability to break the tackle, Begley, but was no chance he was getting through.
Declan Watson it was with the free kick. He went out to Jolly, who will go over the top and maybe make a mess of it here.
Yeah, it's done. Voss tried to kick the ball away, couldn't do so. Handball short. Wagner on the outside. He's been caught high.
Look at Templeton coming in again. You want to be careful here, Templeton. The umpires are closely watching him. He'll turn the free kick over if he's not careful. Free kick was there on that occasion.
It was Templeton, not Wagner, my apologies, as the handball goes back. Perry Lewis-Smith looks for the kick back into the middle. Wasn't a great ball, but they might be able to make it work, the Borough. Trying to evade the tackle. He's done really well there, has Nash Holmes. Ball goes out wide, to the far side of the ground. Ball chipped down the line, marked overhead by Searle. In fact, no, it was dropped. He should have taken it in fairness. Long ball inside 50, and an uncontested mark, half back for Nathan Freeman.
Possession 28 coming up for Freeman. Josh Newman with 31, about to be...
Well, he flew high, but he didn't take the mark. Jolly at the fall of the ball, hooks it back inboard to Tom O'Sullivan, gives it to Templeton, steps through traffic, and lovely vision and lovely disposal from Eli Templeton. And he finds Kane, who can line up for goal number 2 on debut.
It was only possession number 13 for Eli Templeton there. We must sing the praises of Angus Styles. Templeton loomed particularly with Harvey Hooper coming out of the side. Templeton loomed as the danger man, and that was just a glimpse of what we see on a weekly basis from Templeton then.
He's been a little shining light for Port Melbourne, lining up for his second. He's looked pretty good up forward, given the delivery they've got, which hasn't been much.
Port Melbourne had not scored to the beach end of the ground tonight. They have now. Marcus Kane kicks the goal. Well done again, young fella. You've got 2. And the Borough go to 4-3-27. Frankston 16-12, 108. 16 minutes gone, final quarter. Ray White, Frankston scoreboard.
A small consolation for the Port Melbourne supporters who've travelled down here in the cold conditions. Good conversion, as we said. Eli Templeton showing the class he has with the ball in hands. One of the few occasions he's managed to get a composed possession tonight.
Michael Robinson, guys, right on the job for us again over there as he rests up in the pod. Port Melbourne's biggest loss under Gary Ayres, 87 points versus Williamstown at Port Melbourne in the 2013 second semi-final.
Well,
it's 81 right now after that goal.
There's a stat that's significant because Gary Ayres, 13 out of 14 years he's made finals with Port Melbourne. Always an honest team he's had.
Well, it's not very honest at the moment, but he'll be looking to avoid that unwanted record as the ball goes up and down. One down by Berry. Sweeping over is Newman, surely caught high and goes out wide. They're out again, the Dolphins here on the run. Riley looks the chipping ball inside 50. It's over the head of McLaughlin. Back of the pack.
Freeman forward.
Chance for Menton to get there. Kick across goal wasn't brilliant. You could hear the reaction of Mick O'Neill. Jansen sidesteps. Ball will be chopped off, and it is.
It's one of the more ungainly kicks I've seen, Ollie. I think that was the big ruckman, was it?
It was Jansen at the back who's been decent, but Jansen who was unable to get that one to a Port Melbourne player. It's now with Voss, who
deserves a second goal here.
He does. He might kick one here. It will be kick on right on 50, one would think.
We did see him last week. He kicked one from 45, 50 out in the boundary. Never looked like missing. I'll back him in here, boys.
So Voss to kick one here. Will he extend the lead back out to 87? Starts left, stays left. Will it stay in the field of play? It does. The Buzz brothers right at the fall of the ball looking to get it forward, but it's rushed through from behind. Frankston moved to 16, 13, 109. Borough 4-3-27 on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard.
The fog coming in a bit stronger here, Brendan.
So it's 82 points. It's actually held off not too bad, as I thought it'd be pea soup by now. Might be fun driving back to the city. Jansen kicks down the wing. It's coming back. Hiscock.
How good's Hiscock been tonight?
Takes the mark on centre wing. Plays on, brings it inboard to Arthurson.
They're developing a nice connection with their backs. Will Arthurson, he did have some AFL interest coming out of Berwick a couple of years ago. He's your prototypical intercept deliverer, isn't he?
I don't think there's a bad man on the ground tonight for Frankston. Kick up towards the wing from Arthurson. Here's Lambert. He's probably down near the bottom as he tries to get back in it. Freeman's gone to full forward. almost got a possession on the ball, flicked up by Berry. Still a chance here for the Dolphins. Pack converges. It should be balled up. No, it comes out. Flicked out wide. Lambert dives on the contest. Jansen there as well. Fed out Freeman and Holmes. Holmes is good enough to get it to the line and over for a throw in.
We saw Big Jack Berry playing the role of small forward then, trying to get the ball at ground level. It was comical to watch, but an earnest effort all the same.
So ball will be back in at left half forward for the Dolphins, just inside their attacking 50.
Nathan Freeman looking eager for a goal here.
Berry goes up with Hodgkin, wins it down over the back. Handball again was a poor one, and it goes back out of play, pretty much in the same position that the boundary umpire just threw the ball in.
So we look at this contest again. Berry should have the ascendancy. Lambert, Mentha, Newman all lining up here. They're all going to burst through. It's going to be chocolates or ball lollies for the Dolphins here, I think.
Goes back in.
Look at Lambert.
To Berry. They push him in the back. Umpire says no. High ball to the top of the square. Hits the ground. Begley taps it down. Freeman to the back of the pack. It won't get to him. As Port Melbourne should rebound out here. Good chain of handballs. Corey Wagner. He's been decent tonight for Port Melbourne when they're in the side where they haven't had many shining lights. But as we tick into time on, Frankston have an 82-point lead here at Skyboss Friday Night Lights. And it looks like that they'll be winning this game, stopping their bad run of form against Port Melbourne.
Still a goal apiece this last quarter, am I right in saying that?
Yep, one goal, 3 to Frankston, 1 straight to Port Melbourne. Ball back into play. One by Hodgkin. Kick was smothered off the boot of Voss. Hacked out of there by Holmes. Up towards the wing it goes. Left behind. Gathered though by Lloyd. Kicks out into open space. Cracker has to wait for it. Anastasio tracks him. Cracker kicks into the pocket. They had 2 options there, the Dolphins, and Begley is one of them. Takes the mark where the 50 intersects the boundary line.
Jackson Voss is free inside 50.
I think he hasn't seen him. He's seen Lambert, who has his arms chopped. Umpire says play on. Taken away by Anastasio. Double fister from Hiscock. Went back to Anastasio. Fed the hand pass up to Arnott. He goes back to Templeton. Further back to Jansen. Short ball inboard. And the mark is taken by Holmes.
So Holmes looks to spread the ball out wide. Finds O'Sullivan. He's been caught holding the ball. He's been caught cold. It's freezing. But he's been caught
Freeman free in the square.
And that's the DNA of the Frankston forward line.
Look at Freeman.
Freeman's free. He's calling for it.
He's waving like one of those guys, the inflatable guys out the front of a car yard.
Mentha, Freeman gets there as always, but it's over the line. He had so much time, but they just couldn't get the ball to him.
Can you say it? Wacky wailing, inflatable, arm flailing tube man.
That's the one. As there's a whistle on play, it's
blood
for a
rule.
blood rule.
Josh Begley coming off.
Yeah. Thought Begley
No. Port Melbourne player, it looks like it is Josh Hodgkin, the young ruckman.
Yeah, it is. So ball back in, left forward pocket. That one's a bit of a tongue twister, so...
The wacky wailing, inflatable, arm flailing tube man, I think it is.
It'll be Christmas by the time you say that one correctly.
I'm still on the watch for you. What did we say? 87
Guy.
points is the biggest loss he's had. It's 82 points Frankston here. A goal would
Lambert won it down.
It's Mitch Cox. Near the line. Was he caught high? Surely he was. And it's a free kick for Frankston on the boundary.
What's the 3 words?
Mitch Cox special.
It's played on. Snap round the corner. That's about as special as it gets. Right out of the textbook, and Frankston are on fire. He's got 4. Frankston are on fire, irrepressible. They've moved to 17, 13, 115, and that must be the highest score for the year so far by a mile.
Well, we do talk about the Mitch Cox special, but and we talk about players like Selwood. There's a couple of others at AFL level that are prone to drawing those high free kicks.
In one word, Mick, is he leading Frankston's best and fairest at the moment?
One word.
Yes.
Oh.
After tonight he is.
Yep.
So Frankston at the moment, Port Melbourne are 4 goals, 327, trailing Frankston 17, 13, 115.
But what I will say about Mitch Cox, as I stutter over those words, is he finds the ball in the contest, and that's why he's able to then draw those free kicks. He's very clever with his craft there, but he gets the hands on the ball.
And he just backs himself. He doesn't rush it.
88 points the margin, 23 gone in the final quarter. What's left in this game? Brolick Tumbles a kick towards half forward. Lambert wrapped up as soon as he got the footy.
Going to pay this.
Yeah, he said he wasn't making an attempt to get rid of it. So it'll be a free kick to Jolly, who gave it off to Holmes. Kicks up towards the wing. Good use of the body by Woofenden. Back to Hodges. Went looking for his opponent and then gave the ball away. Riley kicks to half forward. Here goes Cox again. He's got a loose man if he can get it to him. He's still got it now, Cox. Spears the ball in towards full forward, but Jansen read it beautifully.
Unselfish. I thought he was going to have a shot then, Cox.
Still a chance here for Frankston. The kick from Jansen, not good. Holmes is up to the task. Got it to Anastasio. Weasels his way out of one tackle. Weasels his way out of a second. Then a third. Shake and bake. Great work, Anastasio. Gets it back off Holmes. Spears it into the middle of the ground. Slipping at the crucial stage is Walker, but he was good enough to recover. Pumps it long inside forward 50. Numbers are with Frankston here. Roberts under pressure there. Getting back was Young. And Young won the contest. Brought the kick out towards half back. And a good mark taken there for the Dolphins by Newman.
Well done, Tyler Young. An unfamiliar position for him, I would think.
Dangerous ball. Chance for Port Melbourne to get a consolation goal, but it won't be. It's Hodges, the late in, but
he hasn't been bad at times, Hodges.
No, he hasn't. He's been really impressive, and I think for Port Melbourne fans out there, he's been a positive alongside Jansen for me. And it's one down by Berry in the rock. Hacks it off the ground. Can't get it far clear. Numbers with the Dolphins. As Brolick looks to go and finds it, he does well to get the ball out.
Jack Mentha limping off really badly.
As it's out wide to Cox, we'll get more than that in Johnson in a moment. Cox surely held, not given. He thought that there should have been something, but the umpire didn't. Over the back, Loughnan worked to the outside, kicked down the line from Lloyd, and it's seen over the line. And Declan Watson sees it over.
It's definitely a left knee issue. Certainly looks like it. Jack Mentha looks absolutely proppy and probably ice him for the rest of the game at the 25.5-minute mark.
Jeez, wouldn't we want to be putting an ice pack on?
No.
He can just sit outside for 20 minutes. He won't have to ice.
Wow. Ball back into play right in front of broadcast. Flockhart and Berry. Tom O'Sullivan dispossessed. Holmes hasn't been bad. He's got a bit of the football. Mick will tell us how many shortly. Begley under the pump from Wagner, and it's back over the line.
We were talking about Holmes, weren't we, with 21 possessions?
Yeah, he's worked hard tonight, Nash Holmes.
Yeah, always does. Always does. He's an honest player.
So boundary throw in, right in front of our broadcast position in the Brian Mace grandstand.
Only the 4 pairs around this stoppage, so plenty of space.
Really hope we get back behind the glass for the next home game.
Which is when? With a new fixture?
Not now. I think it's 2 weeks against the Box Hill Hawks. They got the bye next week, Frankston, so they'll enjoy that as Lambert breaks away, puts the kick to half forward. Setting himself was Cracker, gave the hand pass off. It's going to be pumped long by Cox inside 50. Watson couldn't take the mark. Stern lays the tackle. We'll have a ball up.
In fact, with the updated fixture, I think that's changed, Brendan. I think they've got Sandringham next week here.
Yeah. That was what I was going to say as well.
Right, okay. So the fixture's changed 3 times this week, naturally. So it's very hard to keep up with for everybody concerned. As Jansen gets the hand pass out to Holmes, flicks it back towards half-back. Under the pump there is Begley, but he got a ball across to Brolick. Tumbles a kick inside 50, bounces off the chest of the Borough player, and Lambert kicks a ripping goal.
That's a Lambert special.
Exclamation mark from Bailey Lambert. And the Dolphins lead by 94 points, if you don't mind. 18-13, 121 to 4-3-27 on the Ray White Frankston scoreboard. Is there time to push for triple figures, Mick O'Neill?
Well, there's definitely time, but just a signature goal from Frankston on that occasion. Josh Begley getting involved at ground level. A spilt mark in defence for Port Melbourne caused a spillage. There was a clever toe poke from someone in there. And Bailey Lambert, we know the tricks he's got as a forward. It's the first time he's really got some space inside 50, and that was a terrific finish.
So now you would think at 94 points, Port Melbourne have to score twice to avoid that record loss for Gary Ayres.
And the crowd on the hill well aware of the 100-point victory on the horizon, urging the players forward.
Essendon leads Adelaide by 63 points in the AFL midway through the final quarter.
So a shellacking in the AFL and a shellacking here in the VFL as well. It's not been a night if you're an Adelaide fan or a Port Melbourne fan even here. They had so much optimism coming into tonight, they've not delivered. High ball, brought to ground. Riley looking to apply the tackling pressure. He's extracted the ball, goes wide towards the boundary line, keeps the ball in play. High ball, once again brought to ground. Begley hacks it off the ground. Handball short, found its way to McLaughlin. Ball high inside 50, going up was Mitch Cox, couldn't get there. He's at the ground though, position A1. Turns the ball inside, but it's to the right from behind. Margin moves to 95 as we tick towards 29 minutes gone in the final term. Is there time for the 100?
I think there is, but letting the crowd rise with that kick as it headed towards goal.
It's remarkable we're having this discussion about Frankston, given where they've been in the last 2 seasons and where Port Melbourne have been.
The last 2 seasons, the last 12 seasons really for Frankston, as Jolly chips over the top to Tom O'Sullivan, plays on, drives it into the middle of the ground. Arnott couldn't take the mark. Then he ran into his teammate who got it back to Holmes. Got it out wide towards Wagner. He's got Brolick for company. Wagner good enough to get away. Kicks inside 50. Looking for the push was the Port forward there in Kerr. On Robertson was. Back they go. That was Young who got it back to Hiscock. Brought it out of defence on the broadcast side. McKay. And that'll do. And that will do. Frankston have beaten Port Melbourne by 95 points. Unbelievable stuff here at Skybus Stadium. The Dolphins, the resurrection is underway, and tonight they have announced themselves as a fair dinkum football team, Mick O'Neill.
Unbelievable, Brendan, an unbelievable performance across all facets of the game, a complete domination. We've spoken enough about before the game. We thought this was just a 50-50 game, a real danger game for Frankston, but so impressed with their defenders tonight, Frankston, limiting Port Melbourne to the 7 shots and 4 goals, and then their efficiency going forward and their intensity around the ball. It was a look of a hungry team, a team that's trying to get better, and so impressed with the evenness of the Frankston performance. Josh Newman finished the night with 33 possessions, 2 goals. Mitch Cox, 30 possessions and 4 goals, such terrific performances. Freeman with 29, Riley with 28. Ben Jolly finishing with 25 possessions on the night. But so many things to like about this performance for Frankston, for their supporters, their members. Such a complete performance. And then on the flip side, Gary Ayres has got some thinking to do about what he needs to introduce to this side to get them back to where they've been for so long.
We'll see if Jonty Ralph Smith can get someone down there at ground level for us, and then we'll send him into the rooms, because I'm sure
I'll certainly be going into the rooms. Be interesting to see
if we can get the song from in there.
Yeah, that's certainly my plan. Be interesting to see how much gusto they sing it with. Somewhat of a grounded reaction after the win from Frankston, a mature performance, a mature reaction, would you say, Mick?
Yeah, I would think so. And players, I even saw sort of 5 or 6 minutes in where there was that fracas in the last quarter. Players like Brolick were calming the players down, just getting their minds back on the job, and that's the luxury they've got this year, Frankston, is they've got 5 or 6 really experienced players. Begley's another one that's seen a lot in football. They're just taking what's in front of them at the moment and producing.
Yeah, it's just hard to believe what we've just seen. So many times we've watched Port Melbourne do just this to Frankston. And now the shoe is on the other foot, and they took great delight in returning the favour, the Dolphins. 18-14, 122 Frankston. Port Melbourne 4-3-27. And just to add to the misery, Kyle Reid is limping off here with a jacket on, with looks like some sort of ankle problem. Josh Hodgkin's got the toilet paper up the nose from the blood nose he got late in the game. They are absolutely devastated and in disbelief at what's just happened. I think they've got as much idea about what's happened to them as what happened as we do. All right, I'll do the goal scorers shortly, but Jonty, open up that microphone as the crowd heads across. The Dolphins head across to the Cannon Hill.
Yeah, they're heading across. I'm just in the rooms. Yeah, great reception from the crowd to stick around in these freezing conditions, and it just speaks to what great footy they've been able to play. And they've built up a really good season, the Dolphins. So I'll just stay silent and let you hear the celebrations.
Well, you're in the rooms. You're about 40 metres away from the players and about 80 metres away from that reception that we were just hearing. Frankston 18-14, 122 over Port Melbourne 4-3-27. Mitch Cox with 4 goals for the Dolphins. 3 to Josh Begley, 2 to Josh Newman and Jack Mentha, and Brodie McLaughlin. Singles to Anthony Brolick, James Rendell, Bailey Lambert, Connor Riley and Jackson Voss. For Port Melbourne, Fletcher Roberts and Patrick Kerr kicked the singles. Marcus Kane kicked 2. Down to you, Johnny. Let's soak this up for Frankston supporters.
Let's do just that. Our leads into the rooms.
Tell you what, they are well and truly on the way, but they do need to do a little bit of work with that song, Mick O'Neill.
No one knew it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been a long time in between drinks for the time they've had to sing it, because obviously last year or last season with the one win, they're getting a lot more than that. So you need some vocal practice, but they don't need too much practice on how to see out games after that, Brendan.
Oh, they should have good practice now. That is 6 wins for the season. It's been a long time since they've won 6 games in the year.
Brendan, what was their percentage heading into the game, Frank?
93.8.
I think it was about 85. I think it was about 85.
They've gained. Well, they've moved up to 106.
Oh, 93, okay. And up to, so they picked up 13%.
13% tonight.
Wow, what a performance by the Frankston Dolphins. Guys, I still don't believe what I've seen. I don't think many people here believe what they've seen. Johnny Ralph Smith, if he gets a chance to have a word to someone, we'll just open him back up again. If he gets a chance to have a word to someone, we'll certainly cross to him. But what we might do, we'll hear from some of our sponsors, and if we need to cross back quickly, we'll be able to do that. Frankston by 95 points over Port Melbourne on their TV Magic Match of the Night on RPPFM, your Peninsula Footy.
It's 2021 and RPPFM rocks back into sport on the Mornington Peninsula and Frankston with a new season and a new competition. We're live with VFL East Coast action. And for a 34th award-winning year, we're back with NPNFL local footy, NPCA cricket and NPBR bowls, all here, all live. Our very own local sporting community network, RPPFM, made local right here.
Do you have TV antenna or reception issues? Need to wall mount your TV or want extra TV or data points? Then call TV Magic, Frankston and the Peninsula. Call Clint for a free quote on 0484 395 555. TV Magic, we make all your TV problems disappear. A station sponsor.
And welcome back to Skyboss Stadium here for the TV Magic VFL Match of the Night. And what a match it's been for Frankston. The fans on the outer hill absolutely loving it. A 95-point win to Frankston over Port Melbourne. Unbelievable scenes. We were just going through the awards off air, but unbelievable for Frankston. So in terms of goal kickers, we had Begley with 3, Newman with 2, Mentha with 2, singles to Brolick and Rendell, 1 to Lambert, 4 to Mitch Cox, 2 to Connor Riley, 2 to Brodie McLaughlin, and also 1 to Jackson Voss rather as well. And in terms of Port Melbourne, singles for Roberts, Holmes, and then 2 to Marcus Kane on his VFL debut. But Mick O'Neill.
And sorry, I've been reliably corrected by a big Family Guy fan that it is wacky wailing, arm flailing, inflatable tube man.
There we go.
Thanks very much, Brent.
back to the football.
Yeah, back
to the football. So Mick O'Neill, off air, we're talking about our award for the Woolworths Kringle Hub player of the game. You've not given one out to Mitch Cox. Will we be giving a second one out before he even receives his first?
We may. I just want to point out...
There's about 20 you could give it to
Woolworths
from
Kringle Hub, the new Kringle Hub is open. It is spectacular. It's the best supermarket in the area. Woolworths Kringle, we go there often, so make sure you get down there. The thing that impressed me with Frankston, there's so many good players across all areas of the ground. Liam Hiscock was super impressive as a backman. I thought Joe Lloyd was very good. Jack Menther was a terrific player tonight as a small forward. And then we had the usual suspects, Josh Newman with 33 possessions and 2 goals. Nathan Freeman had the ball 29 times. Connor Riley, 28 times for 1 goal too. Anthony Brolick was a fantastic player. But to answer your question, Ollie, I can't go past Mitch Cox. The statistical numbers, 30 goals and 4 goals, 30 goals, 30 possessions and 4
30 goals, that would be a good day out.
Are impressive enough, but it's his work around the contest that's so impressive for me. He gets back and helps out in defence. He pushes forward and he's dangerous as a forward. So for the second time this season, I think the last 2 games we've played here, he had 29 in possessions and kicked 5 goals.
Yep.
He's become a Skybus Stadium Friday night specialist. And for me, Mitch Cox continues to push his name up as a chance to go to the next level.
He's going to do well now with $200 to spend at Woolworths Kringle Hub. That is, of course, if there's still $100 on it by the time you give it to him, Nick.
I assure you that
But I'll tell you the other thing. We were told before the game last week that Frankston had just crossed 1,400 members and they were gunning for 1,500.
Yes, that's
They'll
right.
get them pretty quickly if they keep putting up performances like this.
It's so encouraging, and obviously, you know, we've had the pleasure of watching them on multiple occasions this year. That was clearly their best 4-quarter performance. It wouldn't have been unexpected to see Frankston start to train off a little bit in the second half of the year because they're still a young side, but that performance was their best of the year, Ollie, and they continue. We haven't really spoken about it, but they continue to push themselves as a finals chance for that 8th spot.
Definitely, and I think they're in 6th at the moment. They moved up to 6th tonight. I think, you know, they want those next 100 members. Apologies to all the Frankston staff members out there. I've still not even signed up myself yet. I think as soon as I get off air, I might well do so because it's something special they're building down here. If we're being honest, it really is something special. Obviously, on the field tonight, they were brilliant. Deserved the win, you know, easily, definitely, and unlucky not to win by 100 points would have been an incredible margin if they were to do so. But I need to go sign myself up. I need to get on the Dolphin train myself.
And we have to give credit to Coach Danny Ryan.
Definitely.
He was here in 2018 as the senior assistant under Adam Scrobelak. The team went 2-16. He was the head coach in 2019 when they went 1-17. And so his resilience in building a team that continues to grow, he's starting to reap the rewards this year as we hear the
Port Melbourne song. Too. It's a Melbourne song. It's also the Port Melbourne song. So I'm pretty sure that's the last thing they want to be hearing right now.
To Danny Ryan and John Garn and Ricky Johnson and all the coaches, they deserve a lot of credit for the way they structured this side up. They've been very good at getting the players to buy in to play team football. And what we're seeing is the results on game day. That's now after last week's win. A couple of wins in a row, so they're travelling nicely.
Yeah, they're up to 6th on the ladder, I believe you showed me, Ollie.
Yeah, that is.
What a performance by the Frankston Dolphins. Just repeating that score is, I've still got no idea why the Port Melbourne song's playing in the background. That's insult to injury, unfortunately.
The cold's got to the machine, I think.
It certainly got away from us. We didn't hear the Frankston song at all. Interesting, apart from what they sung in the rooms. Frankston, 18-14, 122, defeated Port Melbourne 4-3-27. Gary Ayres' biggest loss as Port Melbourne coach in 13 years. It's a sad day, and as we said before the game, I was really wrestling with thinking Port Melbourne could win this game, and it was only because it was here that I stuck with Frankston. Harvey Hooper drops out of the team. Isaac Conway was left out of the team. That is not 95 points of difference.
No, it isn't. But let's focus on the positive.
Yeah, the positives are all Frankston, aren't they? So we've awarded the Woolworths Kringle Hub Player of the Match for the second time in 3 weeks to Mitch Cox for another fantastic performance. So he's now got $200 to spend down at Woolworths Kringle Hub. mark of the day. There wasn't really any spectacular marks taken. They flew for a few.
There was a courageous mark taken by number 9, which is
Cameron. Was that Hodges?
Cameron
Hodges took a good one with the flight of the ball. Yeah, so it's probably him. Yeah.
There was
plenty of good goals for TV Magic. But yeah, what a performance by Frankston. I'm out of superlatives. The only word that I'm left with is wow.
Yeah. And I mentioned to Ollie before there, Werribee sit outside the 8th and 9th spot. They've got a couple of games in hand. They're the logical team that are going to push up into the 8. But Frankston giving themselves at this point in the season with a shortened season, the 2 games they've cut off, Frankston have put themselves in contention.
My word, and congratulations to Werribee. 1,050 VFL games tomorrow against Casey. Came into the competition 1 year before Frankston in 1965. Obviously, a few more finals to get to that point. We're just about done. Before I suppose icicles start forming on my tongue, we might get out of here and wrap it up. It was the Frankston Dolphins who won this game by 95 points over Port Melbourne. Just quickly bringing up that updated fixture for you before we go off. Big thank you to Mick O'Neill again. Here in the commentary box on special comments. Fantastic effort.
Great to be here. I'm going home to warm up, Brendan.
Yeah, it's a bit of a drive. I might be cranking the car up to 30 as soon as I get in. Jonty Ralph Smith on the boundary line. It looks like he's turned the microphone off.
Yeah, great to be here, Brendan, and great to see a clinical performance from Frankston. It was a cold night, but it was a great night to witness.
Courageous work by you tonight, Jonty.
That's a fair shift, that, to be honest.
Ollie Walker-Peel. Another great job and more terrific development in your craft as a first-year caller.
Yeah, well, it was a good game to call. A lot of goals, which was always nice. But it's always great learning off you and Mick and Jonty. So onward and upward. I see you're checking the VFL app there. It might not be up there. It was up on the website.
Yes, no, it has updated. The actual the timing and that hasn't been updated. But Frankston are now playing Sandringham next week. So we can assume that at this stage, I know that Frankston will be wanting it to be next Friday night. We'll see if that one ends up getting locked in. But Frankston versus Sandringham. Sandringham playing on Sunday against Essendon at Trevor Barker Oval with Dan Hanbury and James Frawley back into the team too.
Nice.
So thanks, Peter Susovich. A brilliant job pushing the buttons. We've really got to warm up now. I'm Brendan Jonty Rhodes. The Dolphins are celebrating. They won by 95 points. Sensational stuff. We'll see you probably next Friday night, but stay tuned to our Facebook pages to find out more. This has been a big, big night, a proud night for the Frankston Dolphins on RPPFM, your Peninsula Footy.